Welcome to Copenhagen, host city for Electronomus, the International Mobility Summit. A vibrant metropolis and one of the world's most livable cities. Blessed with bundles of Scandinavian charm, this harbour city frequently tops the rankings for quality of life. With Copenhagen's strong focus on sustainability and its ambition to be carbon neutral by 2025, we are delighted to call it home for the next 2 years. Copenhagen is a lively capital city with a cosy feel, a cultural hub that's simple to navigate. Airport transfer to the city centre takes just 12 minutes by metro, with hotels and the event venue all within easy reach of public transport lines. Explore every inch of the city like a local. The streets are bicycle friendly, with dedicated bike lanes shared by tourists and commuters alike. Meet government and city managers, policymakers, mobility startups, micro-mobility companies, venture capitalists, investors, and the shapeshifters leading the charge in this new era of mobility and smart city technology. Discover world-renowned Danish design, architecture, fashion, museums, lush parklands, or take a swim in the harbour. Top it off with new Nordic cuisine, served at Michelin-starred restaurants and street food markets. You can find it all in Copenhagen. Electronomus, future mobility, livable cities and sustainable transport. Join our global community. Live in Copenhagen and online at electronomus.com.
Hello and welcome to Day 2 of Electronomus 2021, the International Mobility Summit. I'm your host, Jun Young, and we're bringing to you live once again from the capital of Denmark, Copenhagen. We are so delighted to have you here with us online to engage with our amazing lineup of thought leaders, decision makers, policy makers, and stakeholders in the future mobility and smart city community. We are so happy that many of you have posted about this event on social media. So whether you use Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, we'd like to engage with you. So remember to use the hashtag TIMS2021. That's TIMS 2021. So yesterday was the first day of our online event, and it was perhaps the first time some of you navigated this hop-in platform. So let me just run through some of the basics here with you again. First, I'd like to encourage you to be more active by chatting with your fellow attendees. You can do so by using the chat tab on the right side of your screen. And once we begin, it is also very important for you to engage with our speakers by posting your questions in the Q&A section. The Q&A tab can also be found on the right side of your screen. Now, we at Electronomus pride ourselves on having really great partners and content providers. On this platform, you get to interact with our partners in the Expo area by clicking on the Expo tab on the left side of your screen. And above Expo, you'll see a networking tab. And here is where you get to network with any of the attendees of this event. We have set this up kind of like a speed dating concept, but for business, of course, so do check it out. And if you have any technical questions related to this platform, there is support available. Just drop us a note in a chat and we will assist you. For any general questions or feedback, you can also email us at info@electronomus.com. So before I dive into our program today, I'd like to remind you that we are counting down the days before we finally meet in person in Copenhagen. Happening on Thursday at 3 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. CET at the Bella Center, Copenhagen. We've got an amazing lineup that you don't want to miss. We have keynotes and discussions with Chris Peters, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Georgie Smallwood from Tier Mobility, Anders Wolf from Green Mobility, and Matthew Baldwin, the Deputy Director of DG Move at the European Commission. So, if you would like to join us, and if you can, please do come over and check us out at Bella Center, Copenhagen on Thursday. Get your tickets at electronimus.com. All right, now let's get straight into the first session of day 2. And it is one that I am very, very excited about. It's female voices in mobility. This is an internal movement created by Siemens Mobility Spain, with the objective that both women and men commit, promote, and empower women's talent and leadership in the mobility sector. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you your moderator for this very first session of day 2. Elisa Mendeville, Acting Chief Digital Officer and Head of Strategy and Digitalization Senior Manager for Southwest Europe. So ladies, I see you on screen right now. Please take it away.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this panel in which we will have some female voices speaking about the future of mobility, because we're currently living exciting times in the mobility sector. New context, new needs, new players, new technologies. And to overcome all these, we need many ingredients. For some of them are, for example, collaboration, to be able to navigate in this complex and dynamic context. Also, innovation to solve, or at least to ease, the new and also the existing needs and problems. And for sure, diversity, to have more points of view and to build inclusive solutions for all. And that's why some years ago, we created Female Voices in Mobility, because we discovered that women's share in the mobility sector is worldwide less than 30%. But for example, here in Spain, where I'm based, public transport users are mainly female. It's more than 60% of the share. So when we started thinking about this panel, we were thinking, what kind of female profiles would add the best value to this conversation? And we thought that we would need, for example, the best speaker from the corporate world to have a perspective on what multinationals are thinking regarding digitalization and the future of mobility. We also thought we needed to have perhaps someone who's involved in urban planning, someone who is really thinking about how big cities should be planned to have a real inclusive mobility system. And maybe also someone from the startup world, from a super progressive and future-oriented startup looking ahead. And of course, someone thinking big, someone looking to the big picture, someone with a global, worldwide view on real sustainable mobility. And guess what? We managed to get all of those 4 speakers, and they are here with us today. So please let me welcome these 4 great, remarkable women. Devina, who's passionate about bringing together the digital and the industrial world. She's currently head of strategy, digitalization, technology, and innovation at Siemens Mobility. We have also here with us Maite Dror, who pushes clean tech and sustainable transportation as lead of Future of Mobility at World Economic Forum. Also here with us today, Inés Sánchez de Madariaga, a woman with a special interest on inclusive urban planning, who is currently Adjunct Director at Madrid School of Architecture, but also UNESCO Chair on Gender Equality Policies in Science, Technology, and Innovation. And also Maya Pindeus, CEO and co-founder at Humanising Autonomy, where she focuses her passion on creating an ethical world in which automated systems are designed around human beings and not the other way around. So thank you all so much for being here. I'm really, really looking forward to hearing your inspiring female voices in mobility today. So please, let's start with the first round. I would start with Devina. Devina, you are currently head of strategy, digitalization, technology, and innovation at Siemens Mobility, as I just mentioned. That's a lot of responsibility and many different topics to handle. But also, due to that, you might have a great vision on the mobility sector and for sure of the future. So how would you say that mobility of the future will be?
Thanks, Elisa. That's a great question. I would say there are three key aspects from my perspective on the future of mobility. So, I mean, the first one, it will be cleaner and greener. And I think there's not much discussion needed. We are moving to electric cars. Rail will continue to be the backbone of urban transport and also should be then eventually the leading part of interurban transport. So cleaner and greener. The second is safer and autonomous. And there actually, you mentioned humanizing autonomy. So they're doing a great job there. But I think the idea is when we think today of safer and autonomous, yes, there are quite some questions that have to be answered. But I do believe that advanced autonomous technology and driver assist and all the other technologies that we will build within the road and rail arena will help make travel much more safer. And also vehicles, no matter what form of vehicle, but vehicles in general will move towards being software platforms to be able to address this environment also of safety and autonomy. And then the third one is seamless and connected. And we use those words often, but it is not so easy always to implement. The point is really, so how do we ensure that all of us here, all of us as passengers, how do we ensure our travel needs are met for our individual situations? So how can I get from A to B in the best way possible? And what might be best for me might be very different than what's best for you. I love telling the story about how I had a friend who once came to me and said, well, you work on mobility. I have a problem. Can you help me? And I said, yeah, sure. What's the problem? And then she said, I have a small child and I need to travel a lot in public transport. And it's such a pain. It just feels like it takes so much longer with a small child with a pram. And at that point, I thought, what's the big deal? And then I had a child, and then I realized what the big deal is. At the end, you're just looking for, let's say, a seamless environment where you can, where you do know there are elevators, where you do know there are functioning elevators. If there's not a functioning elevator, where else can you go? So really, what makes it perfect for your lifestyle and for your, let's say, a result of your lifestyle choices or your individual situation. And this is really kind of the whole connected part. And taking it one step forward, it's also connecting between different modes of transport. So really seamless from that perspective. And I do believe all of these, so whatever we do in the future of mobility, everything that I've mentioned so far, at the end should sum it up to ensure that mobility is being more inclusive and more available for everyone. And that's really the final goal that all of us in the mobility ecosystem should have and do have.
Thank you, Devina. And now that you were mentioning your friend with a small child with a prawn and so on, I think that leads us to urban planning. So Inés, I think you have a lot to say there. So I would like to understand, what does urbanism with a gender perspective mean? And also how the design of public spaces with a gender perspective facilitates the empowerment of women.
Well, gender perspective in urban planning and urbanism implies looking at gender differences in how we live and use the city and what our preferences and needs are in the city. And the biggest issue to look at is care activities, care tasks. Care is defined as those tasks that people take on a daily basis, or maybe not daily, but regularly with certain different patterns of regularity, for the care of dependents and people who cannot move independently in the city, for instance, children and the elderly or the sick, and also for the upkeep of the home. That is everything that has to do with the reproduction of life. This is called care, and men and women have different care responsibilities statistically. This is statistics, and the data show that the gender gap in those tasks is not decreasing substantially. It's decreasing a little bit, but not substantially. There are also quite significant geographical differences among countries, but the gender gap is there quite clearly between men and women. So it's women who statistically undertake most of these tasks, and they do that also in combination with paid employment and also with some personal leisure when possible, because the spatial temporal relationship in the city for women who have care responsibilities can get quite complicated. If places where you have to go to for the care of people or for your own employment are far away, and that's where planning comes in, by ensuring that what we call uses in the city are close enough and that they are properly interlinked with transportation systems that work in time and cost, that are time efficient, cost efficient, and that are sufficiently comfortable to travel with implements and with dependent people, then this fits together so that you can undertake on a daily basis or on a weekly basis all the tasks that have to do with the reproduction of life, and in combination again with paid employment. So this is the key objective of planning with a gender perspective, is to take into consideration in all your planning instruments, in the design of public space, in the location of facilities, the location of housing, the location of employment, the location, the interlink of all of this with the transportation infrastructure, to ensure that this task can be carried out in time and at the specific time frames where they have to be undertaking. And this implies looking at many things. You have to gender mainstream throughout the planning system at all scales, from the housing level to the neighborhood level, to the city level, to the metropolitan level, to ensure that this task can be properly undertaken by the people who statistically perform them, who are women, as we have seen. And then this obviously has a secondary impact in the possibility for women to perform, to get into the labor force and to get professional development, because if the city does not support the combination of care with work, women will not have the same job and the same professional opportunities, and that's where there's this secondary impact on what we now call empowerment, and generally on professional careers and personal development as well, and the quality of life, basically. So planning and its interlink with transportation policy is key for the quality of life and for the integration of women into the labor force.
Thank you, Inés. So another of the ingredients that I mentioned at the beginning was also collaboration. I would go for Maya Dror now. So throughout your experience working in government, startup, corporate, research, and non-profit settings, what would be your key takeaway?
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you for my other panelists and former speakers, Devina and Inés. This is in complete alignment with what I was thinking as you were speaking there. So that's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, collaboration is at the essence, I guess, of everything, and I think we probably all agree on that. And we can have a clear vision of how sustainable mobility should look like, which is inclusive and safe, clean, green, and so on. And you can pull quite a bunch of words there. Obviously, that vision cannot be internalized without having the various actors collaborating towards that same vision. Perhaps I'm tweaking to the localization of a vision to a specific city needs to happen. There is a lot of context orientation that needs to take place. What I want to mention is that the World Economic Forum, where I'm working right now, is actually an international organization that is aimed at facilitating multi-stakeholder exchanges. So we're providing safe space for industry partners, both incumbents and innovators. I'm very glad to have here on the panel Maya, which is one of our innovators in our community, as well as policymakers from regional, national, and local, so cities as well. And with third parties, be it organized third parties around NGOs and think tanks, and be it leaders of communities, young leaders, innovators, social innovators from various parts of the world to come and contribute some of their thinking so that we can build that consensus and we can localize some of the visions we have and actionalize them. I want to perhaps delve into some of the points that were stated here before. So I completely agree that we have a lot of technologies in place now to address the many challenges we're faced with. We do need to think those technologies, and one way to do that is to think of how do we break down institutions that have really closed or narrowed down our ability to think and be creative, and how do we get into a state of mind and build the structures, institutional structures that would enable us to actually do something about it. And it was mentioned before that multimodality is really at the core of how women move about. Women do use transit much more than men around the world. Women also have a tendency to have shorter trips, more trips per day and shorter trips because of caregiving, because they have a lot of these home tasks or housekeeping tasks traditionally, and this is true for Latin America, it's true for Africa, it's true for Asia, it's true for Europe, and we see studies from all around the world. It is critical to think about how do we design these transition phases between modes, not just in cabin, but also out of the cabin. How do we design it in a way that it is female riders, and anyone actually, every rider, can feel safe, can feel comfortable using their strolley, as mentioned before, or stroller, or bags, or any other format needed. And we have to make sure that these urban planners, right, urban planners here on the line, and land use planners are collaborating with mobility and transit operators. We need to make sure that that transition of people in between modes is convenient and comfortable. And I'm very glad to see the concept of mobility hub raising up. We're thinking now mobility hubs. We see the business case around mobility hubs. Most profits coming from gasoline stations, 70% are actually coming from convenience stores. That's just an indication of how important is the experience that consumer has when they want to go for one particular item. If you can have the experience around it beefed up, then obviously they will come and use it more frequently, and also you will generate further economic growth. Now, I'm not in favor of consumerism, but I do want to note, I do want to acknowledge that we as human beings are looking for that interaction that is positive community interaction. And the pandemic has been a great showcase of how people do want to spend time on the streets and around other people, not around cars, not around, not around other modes, but rather among each other in a safe way, a bio-safe way, and we should serve for that. So just to wrap up, Elisa, I do feel that we need to have this conversation, and it's extremely nuanced. We can have a high-level vision conversation, but we have to have this hyper-local conversation within the community level, within the city level. And I'm glad to say that already some great organizations, and many of which are actually bottom-up, raising up within specific communities, are able to do that, and many policymakers are receptive to that, and more companies are being more open into having a dialogue with their users and with other stakeholders that are impacted by their products or by their services. So that's already a good sign, but there is still a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Maya. So now that we're thinking ahead to the mobility of the future, of course, technology and innovation play a key role in the mobility sector. And for sure, we can all think about different technologies such as autonomous vehicles. So Maya, Maya Pindeus, this time, I would like to go with you. And I would like to ask you, which do you think that are the main challenges in the interaction between humans and autonomous systems in the city of the future?
So the first thing we all need to remind ourselves, always keep in the center of minds, that cities are and should be built around people, and any infrastructure we build infrastructure, invisible infrastructure, should be built to make our lives more better, more productive, and help us navigate through cities in a much better way. And this is a premise that has not always been at the center of urban planning. I'm very pleased that now, with technological advancements, with artificial intelligence, with the opportunity to introduce autonomous mobility, electric mobility into our cities, this is starting to change. We're starting to see a shift of how people people's awareness of cities, how people want to use their cities, and like you said, also how people want to be on the streets and not cross a city in their vehicles from A to B without actually experiencing the built environment. So a lot of this comes down to urban planning, but a lot of it also comes down to technology. How do we implement technology, and how do we build and implement technology to serve human beings? So when it comes to the interaction between autonomous systems and people, I always like to step back and think about, okay, what do we define as a machine? A machine is anything that, well, really moves around. It is not a human being. Anything that is connected, any device that is connected has some level of abilities of analytics. You may say any connected camera, any sensor that helps or should help increase and improve our abilities to navigate our built environments. So today already we face a lot of challenges, right? Safety being probably the first one. Accidents in cities are really, on the rise. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of commitments there from Vision Zero, from mandates to really help make cities safer. So safety, how a car, which is a machine, how an infrastructure camera, which is a machine, perceives people and helps prevent accidents. So that's a really big one. The second one, probably productivity. How do we navigate the city in an efficient way? So that's multimodal transportation, seamless transportation, but also really showing that the interaction between a driver and a person today, or between an infrastructure system and pedestrians today, works more smoothly, particularly as we start implementing artificial intelligence and computer vision and other levels of software and technology into our built environment, to make sure that people's actions, behaviors are understood in order to, again, increase safety, increase productivity. And then the third one is trust. Trust is a hugely important one. We need to be able to trust the systems that we implement. We need to be able to trust and really understand decision making of technology as it gets implemented into a city, and that's a big challenge. Transparency, helping understand data privacy, helping understand how technology is really used and applied and how it serves society. That's key. So when we look at how we're, as an organization, Humanising Autonomy, are working to make cities better, it really comes down to enabling any connected camera to understand people's actions, predict people's behaviors from video in a very ethical and data private way. So when we look at autonomous systems, of course, autonomous vehicles as they emerge are incredibly important. They play a huge role in that, but ultimately it's any connected infrastructure, any device, any camera in a city today that can help promote safety, can help promote productivity and trust, and ultimately, it's really around, we've heard the word seamless a lot, right? Seamless mobility, seamless infrastructure today a lot. I think that's critical as we navigate the cities, whether we walk on the street, ride a bike, hop on a bus, take the train or the tram, or whatever our mode of mobility may be, to know that those systems are here to keeping us safe, but also as they automate incrementally, because ultimately it's an incremental step of a level of automation that we are seeing in cities, that they always take the human being, take us into account, and doing this in a way that wherever we walk, which continent, which city we operate in, to know that those systems always implement a level of technology that take the safety of people at the center.
Yeah, for sure, we will have to face some challenges, including trust, as you mentioned, even regulation and so on. And talking about challenges, Inés, I know part of your job includes researching, and you got, I would say, interesting conclusions, such as the ones shared in the book Invisible Women, where you are quoted, that I encourage all of you to read if you haven't, if you're interested in knowing why some things are designed as they are. So one of the conclusions that is shared and included in this book is that there is a gender bias in the data used for infrastructure and mobility planning. So I would like to go a bit deeper into that. Why do you think is that? I mean, from your point of view, what are the main difficulties when introducing the gender perspective in the design of the mobility systems in cities?
Well, gender bias is a very normal thing. It happens all the time, and it relates to various issues. First is that our knowledge and our professional practice and our institutional frameworks and processes and everything has been over the years and the centuries has been designed by men mostly, whose experience of the world has the male bias because it's their lived experience of the world. And these filters, this ends up constructing, underlying the assumptions on which disciplines are built. Knowledge, but also institutional practices and professional practices. So that's one thing. But then another thing is that getting gender into the picture makes things more difficult and more difficult to think about and more difficult to implement and to design policies, and more expensive too, because it's more difficult, because it's more variable. It's less simple because women do more things in a more unpredictable way, more irregular way. It's male mobility is it's more simple. It's like in health, because men don't have menstrual periods and don't get pregnant. So medical experiments with men are more easy than with women, because menstrual issues and pregnancy make things more expensive and more difficult and longer to research. So the same happens with transportation, because women's lives are more complex in the sense that they undertake all these responsibilities. So the way they use the city is more intensive and more complex and less predictable. And so this adds one layer of difficulty to the analysis and to the design and implementation of policy. So that's the second aspect. So I started working on this when I had a commission by our Ministry of Public Works already almost 15 years ago. They asked me to do a gender analysis of the transportation statistics that were collected in different metropolitan areas in Spain. So I did the analysis. I found a number of gender biases in the way data were collected. And after a while, I came up with this idea, because I saw that there were all these many different tasks like shopping, strolling, escorting, visits, the black box of other, and then that trips under 1 kilometer on foot were not even counted. Less than 15 minutes on foot were not considered. These are mostly done by women. And then linked trips, like when you do several trips for different purposes, and sometimes with using different transportation modes, and some of the segments on foot, they are not properly taken into consideration in transportation databases, because the transportation databases are produced by agencies with specific objectives, which mostly relate to planning infrastructure. Most often, not always, but mostly. So and so there's like a quite conventional way of taking this data that relates to the male experience of transportation. So when I looked at this and saw that there were all these many small categories that most of them relate to tasks that are related to the upkeep of the home and the care of others and the daily life, and mostly performed by women. So I came up with this idea of, what if we give this a name? Because reality naming has this power of building new understandings of reality that then can translate into policy making and into technical operations. And so I came up with the idea of the umbrella concept of mobility of care, which is it's a technical category to be integrated into transportation databases and transportation service and statistics that properly takes into consideration and makes visible and provides the possibility of measuring properly all these trips that are mostly done by women for the care of others and the upkeep of the home. And then in order to really be able to account for those, you need to develop specific surveys, because conventional surveys, you cannot count them. They have too many biases in the way questions are designed, in the way that the people who does the questions ask the question, and so you have to go through a whole process of getting rid of these biases and design new specific service to unveil. And we did this in several, I will just finish. We did this in several cities, like in Madrid, in the metropolitan area of Madrid, and in other cities. And we came up with a very substantial number of care trips, almost for certain segments of the population, almost as many as employment-related trips. So that, well, I will leave it here because I can speak for too long. Yeah, so we need to get rid of gender biases. And now with the power of artificial intelligence and so many data that are collected through so many means, now you who work at Siemens and all these interesting places, there are lots of possibilities to improve the data without gender bias.
Elisa, if I could just quickly add one point on that, because that is super interesting and it's something that we face actually even daily when we are working on AI technologies, is how do we ensure that when we are developing the algorithms, we do not inbuild biases in them. And that's a really big thing. And we see the effect of that in many of the use cases that we've done. And I have to say, it's scary. It's scary. You really have to shake yourself to get out of that and to ensure that you are having enough of a diverse environment that is building these technologies.
Thank you, Devina. I will keep with you then. Well, I guess that innovation is key for the future of mobility, as we have just mentioned, and for your current role, of course. At the beginning of the session, you have beautifully shared your vision with us, but I'm sure that the journey to get there, seeing, will have its complications. So what do you think may hinder us to get there?
I think the biggest thing is actually what Maya Dror was referring to. So everything that I said even before at the start, none of this is possible by any of us here alone. I think we all have to work together within an ecosystem environment. And as she said about breaking institutional barriers, because we all have our goals and we all have our, let's say, visions. And the question is, how do we ensure that at the end, we're putting the person as the core and saying that how can we ensure that we are developing a mobility environment for a person or for people or for the community, and that's really the core. So I do believe that the collaboration aspect, which is a big one, but as we see in daily work, is always not so easy to break those barriers, and this is a conversation that we need to keep going and keep pushing. So I do believe that would be one of the big topics that we do need to address as we go forward. I mean, I think for most transformations, and I love being in environments that are transforming. But for most transformations, we see that there are numbers that float between 50 to 90% that most transformations fail because of people, culture, and mindset. And I think that's where, I think we realize that, yes, technology is there, and I'm a technologist at heart, but I do know that deploying technology and implementation is one big part, but also the way people, let's say, use it, or the way we build it around people, and the way we drive that, and the way we drive the culture and mindset will be a key to achieving a lot of what we have been discussing within this whole environment.
So speaking about collaboration and diversity, I would go back to Maya Dror, because you have a lot of experience on diverse teams and, of course, mediating between different cultures, institutions, and stakeholders in the transportation and urbanization ecosystem. So Maya, what would you say is your key to success in facilitating diverse projects and relationships in general?
In one word, I guess, agility. Sort of, as much as we all love strategy and being prepared and well thought paths forward, it is critical to be extremely agile and very oriented towards what the other side might feel. What are the pressure points that are long-lasting, some of which are going to appear as you have a dialogue, as you have a conversation. You have to be sensitive and accommodate for these. Because eventually we're people, and it really relates to what Devina had just said on the need to unlock from certain lock-ins. So it's true for mobility as a whole. We all know mobility currently is not accessible, it's not sustainable, it's not inclusive, and so on. We need to unlock and transition into a new our vision type mobility ecosystem. But as Devina said, we also need to do that ourselves, as users of the mobility system, as creators of the mobility ecosystem, but also as people, as human beings. We are all on path within our lives, and we've mentioned here earlier on how at some period of your life you'd have very specific needs. You would be caregiving for children, for the elderly. In some points in life you'll be on your own. You'll be traveling more. In some other points of your life you'll be extremely sensitive to particular elements. So obviously we all are one human, maybe we're one human being, but we're multi-faced, and we're going to change and evolve as we go, and we need to recognize that the other side is too. And for me, this has always been critical. When you have a dialogue with a different culture, first and foremost, try to understand their meaning. Never assume that a sentence being said in or translated to a language that you both can communicate in is as is. Try to just hop right into the meaning of it, and don't try to guesstimate too much. And also understand that there is going to be a process once you've aligned on a joint path forward. Once you have reached some sort of agreement, there is probably going to be a process of infusion. This also taps to what was said before. We can invent technologies, we can put a product, we can put a plan out, but until it is disseminated, deployed, practiced, that we don't really know how it will really play out. So we have to remember, we can innovate, but there is the infusion phase. Therefore, the infusion is extremely important. We should stay attuned. We don't just leave things as is. We escort them for a bit longer, and we remain agile. So that would be my 2 cents.
Thank you, Maya. So far, we've listened to great visions, learnings, and experiences from all of you. And as this session was created somehow to inspire and motivate, I think we're on the good path so far. We have like 10 minutes left. And I would then want to start with some closure. Speaking about inspiration, for example, seeking some inspiration myself, during this summer, I read the book Becoming by Michelle Obama. I don't know if you've read it. And for me, it was interesting to read that even her, an achiever, a strong woman who made it from a humble childhood to Princeton and Harvard with a proven professional track and a successful career in law, and of course, one of the most active first ladies of the United States, even her suffered from the so-called imposter syndrome. But even though she looked for inspiration and strength to move forward, she did not hide from what she was feeling. The other way around, as she says, there is no limit to what we as women can accomplish. So don't be afraid. Be focused, be determined, be hopeful, be empowered. So with this reflection in mind, I would go for an open question for you. I guess from where you all started to where you are now, it has been a long way with, for sure, many stations, different steps, like it was for Michelle. So I would like you to share what inspires you. What's your why? What's the North Star that keeps you moving forward, even when doubt or uncertainty or insecurity comes to visit? So who would like to go first?
I can give it a go. Jump in. Well, I mean, one thing around inspirations, right? It's very interesting that growing up as a woman, working on something and a passion that really fascinates you. There's a lack of role models. You really need to look widely about where to draw inspiration from. It can be people, it can be aspirations. In my case, there's always been fascination about technology, but never technology on its own. I think as an engineer and as a designer and architect, I always found that technology on its own can be a great kind of bang effect and can do great prototypes and be really interesting, but without the context, it just is not much more than a single innovation. So it's always been how you implement it in society and how you prove it and test it and get consensus. And so it's always a societal benefit on it. So of course, inspiration about just people that do really bold moves and test things out. So in my past life in architecture, for instance, people like Zaha Hadid and so on that do great gestures, that inspiration as people, and great applications of technology as well. But then what inspires me personally is always how do you implement it into society and how do you get a tangible effect? And that may be a big effect at first, that may be a small effect over time. That's absolutely fine, as long as you see that the societal effect incrementally is visible and improved.
I'm happy to add to that. And I think that once, and Maya Pindeus obviously has formed this awesome company and has been hiring women. And I want to highlight and give a shout out to any woman out there that has walked the path and then have collected other women along the way. So we have the models we're looking for and the mentors we're looking for, but we also need to make sure that we are providing space for the new ones to come on board and take with us on this journey and to empower. So I really appreciate when we all do that. I think that's extremely important. I try to do that as much as I can. It's extremely valuable to have other women around you and to be able to strengthen each other. And that doesn't go naturally always. It's important to make sure that you're there for other women. In your sector and outside of your sector. And maybe one more thing that I wanted to add, sort of a bit of an anecdote from my journey, was that I never felt that I need to choose between personal life and work. I think that for many of us, if we choose a profession that we're passionate about, it's part of who we are. And therefore, there is no choice making. I can testament that when I had my first child, the dean of the school I was in Oxford at the time, I was doing my master's, called me when it was pretty obvious that I'm pregnant and said, well, we should consider the options. You might want to take a break and come back next year. And for me, I was really surprised, like, well, no, I made a choice. I'm here. I don't see that as a barrier. I'm gonna come with my baby to class, and that's what I've done. And I think it's really important to remember that you don't always have to make choices. I think society has this tendency to make you make choices, to make some paths easier, but it's not necessarily that way. It shouldn't be that way, and just be faithful to yourself.
Maybe I can just go next and add to what was said. I think for me personally, when I look at my journey, and I think, why do I love being in transforming environments? I often think back to experiences where, you are maybe the only pregnant woman, or the only woman with a baby in a class, or the only woman in a room, or the only foreigner in a room, et cetera, et cetera. And in those situations, when I think back, there was always this choice, if you want, between fit in, where sometimes, yes, it makes sense, or transform the environment. And I think being in those situations really drove me to look at things within the whole transformation sphere, and also look at how do we ensure that we help people around us, women and others, to actually celebrate a transformation and not just live through it and endure it. And this is something that drives me quite strongly. And there's someone actually that I look up to quite a lot. Besides, I've had great role models, mums, grandmoms, etc. But there's Leslie Udwin, and you should look her up if you don't know her. She's a British filmmaker, actress, and human rights activist. And what she is doing is she is focusing on the basic root cause problems, or root cause of many problems, which is often mindset. And she has Think Equal, which is an education initiative, which is basically at the grassroots looking at how can you involve or include kindness and equality into the curriculum in early years in school. And that's when I think most of our minds are most malleable, and cognitively we can kind of fit that into kids' minds. And I think that is really going to the root cause and really building the future society that we all would love to be a part of.
Well, in my case, I think I'm of a slightly older generation than you are. So in my time, there were practically no women. So it was really, being the youngest, and the only woman was the norm for many, many years. And it was really quite difficult. And it has been an incredible amount of work. I mean, it's been work and work and work that the men around me were not doing the same amount of work, that's for sure. But then I think that what drives, what I did have was a lot of models in my own family, because some of the first women who studied science in Spain in the generation of my grandmother were in my family. So I had these role models in my own family of women who were scientists in the 1920s. So for me, it was a normal thing. I mean, what else could you do but follow a vocation? So a vocation that drives you and that is more than you are. So it's that transcends. So that transcends your small place in the world, and that you cannot do anything but follow it. So that's what. Working, I think we are really fortunate, and we are in a way we are more than fortunate. We are like privileged that we can work in a field of endeavor that in which we can bring our own capacities and talents, and that's really a privilege that few people do have. So. What else can you expect? It's really something that you can just put everything in it and follow.
Okay, thank you all. So just to do a short closure, to have a cleaner and greener, safer and autonomous, seamless and connected mobility of the future, we, I guess, have agreed on some needed ingredients. First one is collaboration, that is key, and we need to break institutional barriers. We have also spoken about innovation and technology, but never technology on its own. Cities should be built around people and not the other way around. And we've shared also some experiences, some interesting data on gender bias and need of diversity within the sector to achieve all these that we have been sharing about the mobility of the future. I would like to thank you all and also the audience for being here today, and also to take some mantras that from now on, you've said something, for example, like you don't always have to make choices, be faithful to yourself. I like that one. And also fit in or transform the environment. So we are fortunate, as Inés just said, to be able to bring our skills and knowledge into the sector. So let's do it, let's network, let's help each other, and let's move forward to have a great future of mobility. Thank you all.
Ladies, I really enjoyed that session. And before I let you go, just a quick one, because I really wanted to jump in and onto this discussion. As you can imagine, being a woman myself, I felt very inspired by the talk that you just had. And I could resonate with all of the points that all of you have shared, especially the question, the imposter syndrome, being in the industry, such as your good self, where you have shared that for many years you have been the only women, or maybe one of the only women in your team, and I really resonated with that. But the aim for us to bring this discussion to somewhere just like Electronomus 2021 is really to open up this space and let the other gender really understand our reality and how we exist, like how is our existence like for us, in the space that we exist in. So we did get a question from one of our participants here, and thank you, Keith, for your question. The question is, how can men in mobility assist in fostering female voices in mobility? And for me, all I could think of is, let us hold space. What do you think, ladies?
I'm completely aligned, yeah. Hold space. Give us the room. Make room for us. We need to acknowledge that currently there isn't enough, and therefore let's try to fix that. That fixing is critical. And when you do that, it's not just the space, it's also the freedom of speech, the freedom of being. Let me come the way I am and listen up and dial back from perhaps some typical expectations of the past of women sitting in the room.
But what are the proactive steps that one can take, depending on what industry they're in or what organization they work in? What are the proactive steps that men can do to give this space for women?
Well, a very useful instrument is gender equality plans in organizations. And gender equality plans, then they do have a whole battery of specific measures. One first thing is to have the proper data. You need to have the data. And then there are lots of instruments that you can get into a gender equality plan. So I would say go for a gender equality plan and put into it as many things as you can.
Maybe I can just add to that in terms of, I think what is also helpful very concretely to do is to look at females within your environments and don't assume, but talk to them. And we do this within the mobility sector. We do it with really different groups that are using the mobility environment, whether it's women, whether it's physically disabled people, whether it's et cetera, et cetera. So I would say take the time to listen and understand and don't assume for us.
We'd like to backtrack a little bit because this session was brought to us by Siemens Spain. We just wanted to know the thought process. What made Siemens feel like this was needed to create this female voices in mobility?
Okay, I would answer that. We were speaking on a coffee break together with some two colleagues, and we were just sharing that feeling that we had, that we were the only women in the room in many of the meetings that we were at. So we were discussing, is that just a feeling or is this a reality? So we went to do some research and we found out that it was not a feeling, it was reality. It was worldwide that we are just around 24, if I'm not wrong, percent females in the mobility sector. And also we wanted to understand the other way, the other part. We started searching who is using public transport. And at least in Spain, we analyzed some concrete cities, and most of the passengers of the public transport, metro, bus, and so on, are female. So we thought, yeah, okay, so it's men designing for women, and we might not have the same travel patterns. That's, as Inés mentioned before, that mainly men go from A to B and we go from A to B, but in the meantime, we go to C, D, E, F, G, Z, whatever, doing some errands and so on. So we thought, okay, it's not just a feeling, and it is really a business issue, because our customers, the passengers, are mainly female at this time. So that's why we started thinking of what can we do? And first we thought that it was interesting and it was needed to share those figures, because we might not know them, because we didn't even know them. So that's why we thought, okay, let's start some initiative movement. In the beginning, we didn't even know how to call it, but then we started networking within Siemens Mobility, but also externally. That's, for example, how I met Inés, and we started to see that there were many role models in the sector already. So why don't we raise our voices? Why don't we network? Why don't we exchange knowledge and points of view and start an initiative? So that's why we started it.
Well, regardless, on behalf of everyone in this space, would like to thank you for creating this movement, for holding space for all of us. And I'd like to thank the panel very much, because unfortunately we have to move on to our next session, but this was such a thought-provoking discussion, a much needed one in the mobility sector. So thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. All right, so moving on. Our next session, we are so happy to welcome Nathan Wang, New Mobility and Enterprise Account Executive at Particle. And Nathan will be discussing about disrupting urban logistics. He will also be joined by Johan Høgåsen-Hallesby for a fireside chat following Nathan's presentation. So Johan has founded several mobility companies and is now running a mobility fund as well as a consulting firm. So you can actually participate, of course, like I've mentioned before many times. You want to participate, make it more lively. You can send us your questions for the Q&A section after each discussion or presentation. I can get all of your questions here live. If you'd like to direct your question to a specific person, just type it in and say, I would like this question to be directed to so-and-so, and then we can, of course, present your question here in the studio for our speakers. All right, so now I believe that we are ready for Nathan. Nathan. Do we have Nathan in the line for us?
We do. How are you?
Hi. There you go. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What time is it there where you're at?
It is 11:06 here in Porto, Portugal. It's nice to be with you.
We're well briefed on that.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you're ready for your presentation, I believe we can start.
Sounds good. We're just kicking off here. All right, I guess we're going. Hey everyone, looking forward to talking with you all about the future of urban logistics, why light electric vehicles will be owning the last mile, and what manufacturers of these vehicles can do to win in the new market for microfleets. So we'll jump right in. Let me make sure that we can actually share the screen. Somehow my screen got locked. Try this one more time.
All right, Nathan, while you sort out the back end, I just wanted to remind all of you once again that we will be meeting at Bella Center, Copenhagen on Thursday. So that's 3 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. CET. Tickets are still available, so we really hope to meet you. All you got to do is log on to our website, electronomus.com, to get your tickets. So I hope to see you on Thursday. So right now, what's happening is we're just sorting out the back end things. This is what happens when you have live events. These things do happen with technology. They're reliable for the most part, except for when you really need them to work.
Of course, I use Zoom day in and day out, and naturally, when we're broadcasting, we're going to have some hiccups. So thanks everyone for hanging tight. I think we've got it under control now, so we'll hop into it. Okay. For those of you who are in the mobility space, you may be familiar with this graphic. Essentially, over the last 5 years, there's been $5 billion that have gone into micromobility platforms. And that's a lot of money getting people out of cars and onto things like e-bikes, e-mopeds, e-scooters. And personally, as a user of these types of services, I'm really excited to see this type of mode shift happening. But when I look at this type of graph, I can't help but think there's something missing. We spend a lot of time talking about what the future of mobility looks like. And usually in that context, it's talking about how we will move people. But I'm sometimes shocked that we don't spend a similar amount of time talking about how we'll move goods. And maybe a reason for this is that getting a package is kind of like receiving or being a part of the audience in a magic trick. You almost don't want to know how the trick happens. When I order on Amazon, I don't really care how they're going to get it to me. I am just delighted when I receive whatever it is that I've ordered the next day. But I think for those of us in this audience, and especially the manufacturers, it would be a mistake to not think critically about how goods get from point A to point B. And I want to give you 5 reasons why. The term Megacity was coined in the 1960s, and it refers to any city with more than 10 million inhabitants. And ever since the inception of this term, Tokyo has topped the list at number 1. And if you watched the Olympics this year, it may not have looked like it. Shibuya Crossing was dead in comparison to normal times, but don't let that fool you. There are over 35 million people living in Tokyo's metropolitan area. And 35 also happens to be the number of megacities that we have in the world today. We will be adding one more per year for the next 10 years. And by 2050, we'll have 70% of the world's population living in urban areas. Now, that is a lot of people in a little bit of land, and some of that is just due to organic population growth, but another portion of it is due to migration. People are moving from rural areas into urban areas in search of better opportunities, more jobs, more education, better access to services. And as this migration is happening, we can see a shift in not only consumer expectations, but consumer behavior. And this plays out in industries like e-commerce. When I started shopping online 10 years ago, I was happy to wait 5-10 days sometimes for free shipping. And if I contrast that with today, unless it's getting to me in 2 days or less and shipping's free, there's no way I'm placing an order. And some of you might think that's kind of picky, but I have to give a lot of credit to the e-commerce industry. They've done a very good job of exceeding my expectations and those of consumers like me. And I think that's why we see the double-digit growth that we've seen year over year on this graph. And this growth isn't isolated just to e-commerce. It extends to adjacent industries as well. So if we take Uber Eats and Takeaway.com, food delivery, they've had a very similar track record. And this is all before we take into account the events of the last year and a half. For those of you who use these services, I'd invite you to think about, what it was like being able to be at home with the click of a button, get vital necessities, food, medication, all delivered to your door without having to leave the safety of your own home. That was a game changer. And I think more so than anything that these brands have done, it has engendered the value that delivery-focused companies bring to consumers. And it's why we are seeing a whole new chapter in this story. Every single logo that you see here is a new tech startup focused on getting you whatever you want delivered in 10 minutes or less. Now, that is a very bright picture for consumers, and I'm frankly excited for it. But while tech will be an enabler, let's not forget that all of these companies have to operate in the real world. And in the real world, there are real constraints, one of which being traffic. This is a visualization of data collected by the team at INRIX, and for the past 5 years, they've been cataloging how much time drivers spend either in traffic or searching for parking in major cities across the world. And if you add it up, the sums are staggering. In the US alone, over $90 billion is lost on an annual basis. To put that in context, that is the entire GDP of Luxembourg, one of the wealthiest per capita nations in Europe. So traffic is getting worse, and it costs a lot, not just for economies, but also for businesses. And this is all before we take into account the environmental toll. For anyone who's read the IPCC's latest report, kudos to you. That is a very long report. I only got through the headlines, but it is clear that they have come out and said definitively humans are behind global warming. We're heating up the Earth's atmosphere, the oceans, the land. And if we want to curtail this and bring the situation under control, at a baseline, we have to hit net zero carbon emissions. And so it's not all doom and gloom. If we do this within a short time frame, there are scenarios in 20 years we can see the positive effects. And for anyone in transportation and mobility, we have a large role we can play. It's true that other sectors of the economy, like energy production and agriculture, are contributing more greenhouse gases, but it's also important to note that they've done a very good job of either maintaining or decreasing these emissions over time. In contrast, transportation is on the rise. Part of that is the population growth we talked about, coupled with increasing wealth. And as a result, we're seeing more cars enter the roads, both for personal and professional use. So if we are serious about meeting commitments like the Paris Accord to get to net zero by 2050, or more ambitious goals like the Climate Pledge, signed by 115 companies to date, saying that they will get there 10 years earlier, then we in transportation need to provide and deliver cleaner alternatives of getting goods and people where they need to go. And we got to do it quickly. Now, for a lot of companies that are on this list, vehicle electrification is core to that strategy. Amazon plans to electrify its entire fleet by 2030. They're working with Rivian, a company, to do so. And keep an eye out because your next package may be delivered in a van that looks a lot like this. And this trend doesn't stop at Amazon. It goes across the industry. Light commercial vehicles are getting electrified at a rate faster than ever before. Last year, we produced over 500,000. That's all the good news. Bad news is, I don't think it's fast enough. When you look at the aggregate fleet size of internal combustion versus electrified light commercial vehicles, the EVs are just a rounding error. Maybe you can see a little bit of the blue in the bottom right of the screen, but overall, it's not significant enough. And let's keep in mind that this isn't a supply issue, or excuse me, this isn't a demand issue. This is a supply issue. If every single company were to place orders for EVs here on out, we wouldn't be able to meet them. We don't have the batteries. We don't have the manufacturing facilities. We don't have the runtime. So where does that leave us? Let's recap for just a moment. We are looking at a situation where more people are going to be living in cities than ever before in the world, and they'll be demanding goods and services delivered to them at lightning fast speeds, while businesses struggle against the headwinds of congestion, needing to decarbonize their operations, and lacking supply of the critical vehicles that are core to the strategy. So you add all this up, doesn't look like a recipe for success to me. I think it's time that we look a little bit differently at this problem. Different doesn't have to mean that we reinvent the wheel. Sometimes different just means re-envisioning what the wheel or two can do. What's written on the side of these cargo bikes says, "I am replacing a car." And for some of you, that might sound like hyperbole, but studies show that it's true. The most recent of its kind, produced by Westminster University, pitted cargo bikes against cargo vans in the City of London. And what they found is that cargo bikes beat the vans by being able to deliver 1.6 times faster. This is also before you add in the fact that they are reducing tons of CO2 emissions and reducing congestion. Now, this isn't the first study of its kind. Studies like this have been done from Seattle all the way to Singapore, and the findings are consistent. In dense urban areas where there is a high volume of package delivery, light electric vehicles outperform vans. So if everything that we've talked about thus far hasn't convinced you that package delivery is going to look less like this and more like this, I invite you to consider this statistic. Pitney Bowes keeps track of every single shipment that is shipped worldwide. In 2019, 103 billion parcels were sent. In 2025, we are going to more than double that number. That means in less than 4 years' time, the throughput that has to move through the logistics supply chain and the infrastructure that is already tapped out is going to increase by 2x. I mean, how are we going to do this? When I think about this question, it reminds me of a scenario we all faced about 20 years ago. I'm from the States, and some of you may remember this company, America Online. I remember as a teen, I went to my physical mailbox and I got packages like this one, and it had a CD in it. I took it home, put it in my computer, and it's how I got online. It's also how most of America got online. In 1999, AOL had more than 50% of the market share of everyone dialing into the internet. And in 2000, they had the most historic merger with Time Warner, and their valuation was $226 billion. They were a unicorn before we were calling them unicorns. But a mere 2 years later, that valuation dropped 10x down to $20 billion. I mean, how does that happen? Obviously, this is a complex scenario, but I think it's important to look back on what AOL's core business was. They are an internet service provider. And as an ISP, guess what? You're in the delivery game. Because after all, what are you doing except for delivering packages? Packages of information from point A to point B. And AOL had placed their bets on 56K dial-up when a whole other set of companies was coming out and introducing broadband, a new method of delivering multiple times faster than dial-up. And let's remember, we aren't tearing up roads. We weren't laying fiber optic cables. We were using the same infrastructure, the same phone lines, the same cables that were already in houses, just a different method. Does this sound familiar? I think that for any company that values delivery as part of their operations, they will have learned the lesson. You have to deliver fast and use the best methods or suffer extinction. And you take a look at the findings, Amazon, DHL, Uber, they all have teams dedicated to optimizing the last mile using light electric vehicles and micromobility as a way to do so. So for me, the signs are clear. We are at a tipping point where light electric vehicles are going to become the default vehicle when it comes to making urban deliveries. And this is great news, especially if you are a vehicle manufacturer, but it doesn't guarantee success for everyone. And there will be winners and there will be losers. And what will separate the two is the winner's ability to prepare for a mode shift. But you might be asking, how do you prepare for a mode shift? How do you prepare for something that is fundamentally new? Well, my team and I at Particle have actually been through one before. For the last 10 years, we have specialized at helping companies connect their physical assets using our integrated IoT platform. And in 2017, we got a little bit of a funny call. These guys down in LA rang us up and said, hey, we have this idea to change the world. We're going to take electric scooters, we're going to connect them to the internet, we're going to drop them on city streets, and people can ride them whenever they want. And we looked at each other and we said, well, this sounds crazy. We're in. This was the beginning of what is known as the scooter wars and what has now become known as the micromobility movement. And since that time, we have been involved in helping teams across the world connect hundreds of thousands of vehicles for commercial purposes. And what we've come to learn is that the most successful teams embody the 5 following characteristics. Their vehicles are intelligent. They are complex systems that incorporate motors like the one you see here, batteries, alarms, locks, and all of this tech needs to work together in unison. And these vehicles also need to be self-aware. They have to tell riders where they are for navigation purposes and technicians what needs to be serviced. And it's not enough for this information to live on the vehicle itself. It needs to be viewable in aggregate. Take the case of DHL, for example. They have over 16,000 e-bikes and e-trikes in their fleet today. And I guarantee that they will want to know where every single one of them is, how many miles it's driven, when it needs new parts, or when it needs to get replaced outright. And in order to do so, this means that each of these vehicles needs to carry a cellular connection. With a cellular connection and data coming off the vehicle, that's not enough. We should also be able to write data to the vehicle. You know, our phones do this, our cars do this, light electric vehicles should do this as well. And I've heard too many horror stories from operations teams that basically had bugs in their fleet and had to get sent out into the field with a computer and a USB drive to update every single one of them manually. That is the epitome of not scalable. And it's something that we can avoid by instrumenting over-the-air software updates. Once we have these in place, we need to make sure that the data that is flowing both from the vehicle and to the vehicle is secure. It's not just about making sure that we have anti-theft and GPS tracking. It's about making sure that any personal information is encrypted end to end, that we're in compliance with standards like SOC protocols and GDPR. Because let's keep in mind that this data will go to a variety of different sources. If you're a manufacturer, you might be able to think about it in the following 4 ways. You have customers that might be small fleet customers for whom you can actually offer a new service, a subscription to a software platform for fleet management. Your biggest customers, like the likes of DHL, aren't going to want the same things. They'll want to be able to access that data coming off the vehicle via APIs for their own internal tools. And then you have third parties like cities. They are more hungry than ever before to have access to trip data and understand where these vehicles are traveling so that they can make intelligent infrastructure decisions that will benefit us all. And then there are third-party apps like mobility as a service, Google Maps, Apple Maps. These are the front pages of the internet for anyone planning their trip. And if you want your vehicles to appear on that platform, they have to have an open architecture. So to recap, intelligent, connected, upgradable, secure, open. These are the foundational pillars when building an intelligent vehicle. And while they are foundational, it's no small feat to incorporate all this, especially if your core competency is a manufacturer. And that's why for the last 10 years, we have specialized in having this as foundational out-of-the-box functionality that you get with Particle. And it's also why some of the leading teams in the space, like Bond and Zumo, with fleets of tens of thousands of e-bikes and other LEVs powering last-mile deliveries, have chosen to partner with Particle. We both get to focus on what we do best and accelerate the adoption of LEVs when it comes to urban deliveries. So we've covered a lot. And if there's one thing that I'd have you guys remember from this talk, it's that we are on the precipice of a revolution in how both goods and people will move. And I think that in this context, it's appropriate to quote American activist Malcolm X. Future belongs to those who prepare for it today. And I take it one step further. The future belongs to those who build it. So If you're ready to start building the future of how we will move today, then we're ready to partner with you. You can reach out to myself at any of these channels, and you can connect with the broader team at particle.io/micromobility, and we look forward to hearing from you. With that, I'd love to kind of transition this presentation into a fireside chat, if you will, with my friend Johan, who's on the line. Hey, Johan, how you doing?
Hey, I'm not sure if I'm on the, there we go. Pretty good. Thanks for the intro.
Yeah, no, it's great to catch up with you. You are a multiple-time founder, operator of a variety of different mobility services, and you are now also the co-founder of Beta Mobility. And so you've got a lot of experience across the board. And I'd love to maybe just kick this off with, as somebody who has built these services, has gotten their hands dirty, where do you see teams stumbling, right? Like when they're getting started, what are some of the common pitfalls that teams should look to avoid?
I think you covered it pretty well in the intro with actually laying out all of the problems we're facing, and to me that is a good description of what it is like to work in the mobility industry. Because as opposed to building a single purpose app, grabbing our attention, working in mobility is really a coordination problem. We're bringing in, technology that exists, such as particle. We're bringing in connectivity that exists in telco. We're bringing in the city. We're bringing in the players. And it's really about how we make this play together that is really the success of a lot of the mobility stories we've seen. So I think to go into this and not just think about the product we're building, but also how are we going to coordinate the people that go into what we're trying to achieve is really, the start of success in mobility.
Yeah, I think it's definitely beyond the product. It's about getting the right stakeholders at the table and sort of having equality in the access to information. You guys have a unique situation. You're located in Oslo. It's one of the, kind of lighthouse cities when it comes to how they think about allocating public space and mobility at large. Are there any stories that come to mind from your experience there that might provide some perspective to other folks on the call?
Yeah, I think one of the things, both in Copenhagen where this is taking place and Stockholm and Oslo alike, I feel that a conversation tries to bring together both the productivity and efficiency that we need to solve, the sustainability, but also what we like to call livability, the quality of our streets. And I think when you bring all of those together, you're approaching an interesting way of looking at the streets, because you mentioned the vans we have in our street. Having them become electrical is one thing, but you still have you have local pollution coming off the tires. You have the safety aspect. The congestion you mentioned. So to think of, I think that is, at least I see that in the Nordic discussion, is that, how do we bring together the efficiency we want to achieve, the big sustainability picture, but also the livability, the quality of our streets. Because you don't want to walk or bike in a street that is congested with, old diesel trucks. So that's part of the big picture, I think.
Yeah, I can relate to that on a personal level. I'm American. I'm living here in Portugal. Before this, I lived in San Francisco, and I started commuting on an electric scooter back in 2015. And most of the streets just didn't have a dedicated lane for this. You have potholes. I got an accident there. Now we're trying to figure out, hey, do we get a bike? And if so, what are the routes that we can take from our house? And unfortunately, there isn't a lot of protected infrastructure. And I've had conversations with city officials at different cities around the world and asked them, hey, how do you make these decisions? You're going to make a major project and it might have a 10-year, 20-year time horizon. And unfortunately, they come back to the fact that, they're still hungry for this data. They need people to come as part of the ecosystem, as part of the transport ecosystem, and begin having access to it and begin sharing it so that everyone can work in concert. And I think that is something that everyone, on the call in the ecosystem should keep in mind as we're talking about this topic, making sure that that's a baseline that is a reality to start thinking beyond just, hey, this is a connected vehicle.
But just to build on that, I think, now we mentioned some of the things in people transportation, which is, and if you look at public transportation, that's a highly regulated area. You have concessions and allowances for these vehicles on the street. But where we look to transportation of goods is a highly it's not really a regulated space. So anyone with the van can come into the city and deliver. And I mean, there are some restriction on certain streets, but all in all, it's opaque to the city. Like if there are coming 100 vans in or 10 vans in, the city doesn't have a say in it. And also with that comes the lack of data. So it's a space we don't really know that much about, and we are not really in a position to apply the policies we want to that. So that, I think that is one of the big changes that needs to come into this space is look to, you know, people mobility and how we actually access data and can think of the system design of how we move people that will come to how we transport goods. And I think it will come fast. And I think that is an interesting discrepancy between where a lot of the players are, which is mostly like a downstream, you know, handing a package off to someone with a fixed price, and you know it needs to be here by this time. And it's not really a system that is built for these kind of feedback loops and ecosystems we see in mobility and mass systems. So I'm really looking forward to see, you know, how that will change the whole ecosystem of logistics when we start to get these kind of demands also from regulation that bring that in.
Yeah, I mean, I have some areas where I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll see that feedback loop starting to turn, or basically the creation of that flywheel. I'll pass it to you in case I don't want to steal your thunder. In case you have anything, jump in. If not, I'll share what I have in mind and am hopeful about.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw the news recently. Belgium definitely had the credit for, I think it's 12,000 euros over 3 years for businesses that want to adopt these cargo bikes. And
right,
it seems like a great opportunity to me, you know, incentivizing all of consumers to shift their behavior and move towards things like e-bikes. It's a great effort, but I almost feel that the businesses are actually in a better place to respond to different incentive mechanisms, and attaching sort of these requirements that data sharing be a principle in order to receive preferential tax credits or be part of these programs. A lot of the public-private partnerships that feel like they have a deeper root from, you know, my American perspective now being here in Europe. I think it's a really big way to start that flywheel turning, right? Building the programs to make the businesses respond to economic levers, to get the data that you need to then inform the next set of programs. It just seems like a bit of a virtuous cycle.
Absolutely. And that also, I mean, one thing is the companies and the vehicles, but also I like a lot of the project happening now with kind of local hubs and these kind of things that come as an extension of the 15-minute city thinking, that we do this cross-docking and co-loading both on the city limits, but also, you know, how we are able to make these new warehouse structures so that we don't have these, you know, long transportation lines that comes from outside the city into the city, and build these kind of smaller ecosystems within the ecosystems, which is not just the companies and the vehicles, but also kind of the structure of how we think about transportation.
Yeah, it's funny to see this trend, because we saw it at Particle when the first movers in the scooter wars came out, right? It was a bit of a slap in the face to a lot of different cities where people just dropped all these, you know, vehicles and no one knew what to do with them. They were called litter, but it did force a conversation, and it forced some regulation, and it forced some policy around it. And I almost feel as if in this last mile delivery space, quick commerce space, a similar thing will be happening as we're seeing, you know, private equity come in, buy up infrastructure in urban areas, create dark stores that aren't accessible, just to facilitate the logistics that has to happen. It's almost that same paradigm, right, of these micro hubs, but achieved in a different way. And I think that in the same way that there is the consolidation that has happened in the micromobility space, that type of consolidation should happen from a collaborative standpoint. You know, some of the greatest logistics players could get together and create these shared warehouses, create more efficiencies out of that co-loading and sharing of that infrastructure, and also, again, sharing of that data to make sure that we are optimizing for the trips that need to be traveled.
Oh, totally. And I think that collaborative perspective is one of the most interesting part of mobility and transportation. And back to your point about micromobility, as that industry grew from, you know, that early start in LA, at least in Europe now, we see companies like Serve, has been an operator across the operators. And they basically do the movements of the scooters and the battery swapping for multiple players, which is a more sustainable model, because then you can optimize across huge fleets. And I would love to see more of that also come into logistics. I mean, the classical example is, how trucks are coming in with produce to the stores and the restaurants in the morning, and they leave empty out. And then there are empty garbage trucks coming in, going full out. And, to actually look at how do we optimize that resources across players, across brands. I think it's going to need regulation to incentivize the players to do this. But I mean, everything in the last few years has been about optimize unused resources, and it's just about time it comes to and improve the fill grades of the trucks we have in our cities today.
Yeah, no, I mean, utilization is such a big thing. I mean, we see it kind of, construction might not be the most forward-thinking industry, but I mean, they think a lot about utilization of assets and project planning and project management. And I remember a while back, you shared an anecdote about, I think it was the city of Oslo and vehicles that were originally intended for car sharing and how they repurposed them. You remember this one?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I always been using car sharing, and I used to use this Volvo on the weekends and nights, and all of a sudden I saw the same car in the streets, just with the sign, the city of Oslo on the side of it, and it's the city that's gotten rid of their fleet, and now the parking attendant is just using the same car as I do on the night. And it's a very simple little thing to do, but to me, a lot of the innovation that needs to happen is just about that, to think about how can private and public share the same assets, and how can we match the demand peaks of the different way we move to actually use the same resources. Such a simple thing, but there's huge potential in that way of thinking in public-private partnerships.
Yeah, it's something that seems far-fetched when, again, I take the American perspective, but I just love all of the programs that exist here in Europe, UK innovation grants and, Horizon and everything else. And it feels like we can spin these experiments up much quicker, and hopefully we'll see more of them of that nature in the next, few months or years.
And that's, I mean, being European myself, that's really what I'm hopeful about in terms of what kind of innovation can we bring as a region. And I think that collaboration, and in most European countries at least, that more trust or experience of work in private public, I think is a really good starting point for bringing some of these new models that might be harder in US or in Asia.
Yeah. I want to be cognizant of time. I think that we are close to our time. Are there any questions that we should field from the audience?
Yes, I'm very glad you asked. We have a question from Niels, and he asked, would you gentlemen agree that a super intelligent transportation, brain or mind, would be a good idea? What do you guys think?
A super intelligent transportation, brain or mind? Well, I don't know. I've heard of different versions of this, right? I heard, in Shenzhen, they have something that is called, I think, the city brain that routes a lot of the traffic. And there have been efficiency gains as a result. I think the median time spent in traffic was reduced by, 15, 20%. So depending on what vector that we're slicing across, certainly it's kind of a big term, so I'm not I'm not ready to put like a definitive statement on it, but I think there's definitely opportunities for efficiency gains.
Johan, you'd like to add?
If I can add a quick comment to it, I'm worried about the perspective where you want humans to act as part of the machine. I mean, I really have a preference for technology that adapt to human behavior and intent, as opposed to trying to treat us as perfect bits of the system.
We still got one more time for a question, and it's coming from Lewis. The question is, as a result of micromobility for the last mile, how is this impacting the design of the vehicle used?
Yeah, I think that is something that we've seen a lot in the last 4 years. I mean, you remember maybe the first micromobility vehicles that were dropped on the street. Those first version of Lime and Bird scooters were essentially toys, and they weren't designed for this purpose. It was all an experiment to see if people would actually utilize them. And they fell apart after 3 months and, got broken. And the iteration that's happened over from that point to now has been pretty incredible. And there's a lot of robustification, if we want to use that as a word, that has gone into these vehicle types. And certainly we're seeing so many more purpose-built vehicles coming out of Eurobike this year, cargo bikes were front and center. And I think that the amount that those vehicles can do when you compare their aggregate weight versus what they're able to tow, it's just kind of amazing, and the speed and efficiency gains that can be had. So I think there's a lot of development on that front. Johan, anything to add?
And just quickly add to that, it's not just about the vehicles. I mean, we have the cargo vehicles or the cargo bikes, but a lot of the change that needs to happen is in terms of pallet size and the hubs where we do the co-loading or cross-docking. I mean, that is where we can optimize for a small vehicle to take the last ride, because right now we're still in the world that is based around these pallets made for vans, and that needs to be addressed in the whole value chain.
All right, we do have a question that just came in, and I believe that this is for Nathan based on your presentation just now. The question is it ever possible to use the same truck for delivery of food and then for collecting waste? So will that just make it hard to keep the food safe? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's tricky. It's probably would have to be a design principle. I mean, maybe there's some exterior pallets and loading, and thinking again, kind of going back to Johan's point of what are the containers that we use? How do we regulate them? I don't think it's impossible. I mean, we're just talking about moving things. It's how do you contain that and have an intelligent understanding of what needs to be moved, and then build policies around that.
All right, so
it's been done. I mean, it's already been done.
No, last word from Johan. We still got time for you.
No, I was just going to say I love the example of restaurants, because that's an area where it's actually being done, where the same trucks delivering to the restaurants are also taking some of the trash back. And in the best cases, they also take organic material from the restaurants back, and it's fed back to, an example, the pigs, and you can create this full circular system, which is, I mean, the full extension of this is how do we make this fully circular?
Well, that was such an interesting discussion. Thank you so much, Nathan and Johan. Thank you. 2021 was the European Year of Rail, and the European Startup Prize for Mobility is raising the voices of rail tech startups so they can directly provide EU decision makers with their ideas and recommendations on how to boost rail innovation in Europe. To tell us more about how they raise the voices of Europe's rail tech startup, I am so delighted to be joined by Gregory Merli, Managing Director of the European Startup Prize for Mobility, and also his esteemed panel. So, Gregory, welcome. So we're trying to get Gregory to talk about his company here at the International Mobility Summit. And again, we want to urge all of you, after this presentation and discussion with the panel, do send us your questions. We're very happy that Niels and Co has sent in many questions for our panel just now for Nathan and Johan. And next, we also want to keep this momentum going. Keep sending your questions into the Q&A tab. So at the tab, you see chat, and you also see Q&A. So that's the one that we want you to put your questions in for our panel. So we have our panel ready. Let's get straight to it. Gregory?
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Over to you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm starting. Sorry, I was waiting for a kickstart. Hello and welcome to our live presentation of the European Manifesto on Rail. This is an initiative that was brought to you by the European Startup Prize for Mobility and hosted this year by Electronomus, the International Mobility Summit. This Rail Manifesto is an official part of the European Year of Rail and was labeled as such by the European Commission. And finally, my name is Gregory Merli. I'm the Managing Director of the European Startup Prize, and I will be your moderator for the next 30 minutes. So what's going to happen? We'll be hearing over the next 30 minutes about our startups and partners who co-created together a green paper called the European Startup Manifesto on Rail. It put together a very large community of startups and rail organizations, 17 total, who provided the European Union with solutions and ideas on how to boost innovation in rail. So we do have a very nice and fancy document that shows 35 recommendations, and that will be explained a little later by our speakers. We obviously won't have the time to go through all of them, so I will really advise you to visit our website, startupprize.eu, and to have a look, add your name to the manifesto, because the more the better, and the stronger the voice of the rail industry will be. I'm going to start sharing my screen to show you maybe just a few slides. Thanks for your patience. I'm starting now. Hop. And if you all see my screen, I will just tell you a little more about who the European Startup Prize for Mobility is, because we are an acceleration program for sustainable mobility startups. It was established and funded by both EU institutions and private companies. You'll see a few examples of our ecosystem here. We have each year 600 startups applying to our call for innovators, and we do accelerate in the end the 10 best startups every year. Our way of accelerating startups is the following. We are proud to say that we are one-stop shops to the EU. So we provide, for example, investment opportunities with the European Investment Bank and other EU financial instruments. We provide mentoring thanks to our co-founder and consultancy firm, Boston Consulting Group. We give high-level visibility, and the last wheel of our program is an advocacy program that we run every year. And what you're going to see today is the result of this advocacy activity. So I go to the core of the European Startup Manifesto now. We call our advocacy activity a crowd tank. It's somewhere between crowdsourcing and a think tank. We presented this manifesto on rail, as you can see on the left on the screen, to 3 major EU institutions: European Parliament, European Committee of the Regions, and Shift to Rails. And we got quite an interesting traffic to talk about unleashing data sharing, having more collaboration between startups and stakeholders. A few key topics like this that were very prominent in our manifesto on rail. So I won't go deep into the content. I leave it to the real stakeholders of this European Startup Manifesto on Rail that will follow. But just to show you the structure of the session. So we chose to break the event into 3 parts: my intro, methodology, a description of our unique methodology by Maite Zubeldia, partner at the Morph company, and then 2 startups. We are very happy to welcome them once again in our session. So Therese Albertsson, co-founder at Allboard, a Swedish company that is allowing passengers to explore and book train tickets across Europe. And Lux Perrine, co-founder and CTO at H2Go Power, a British startup for hydrogen storage and its smart management service. I stop there because you have very interesting speakers that are coming ahead of you, and thank you for being here. Maite, the floor is all yours.
Okay, hello everyone. Thanks, Greg. Thanks to the Autonomous for having me here. I'm trying to get ready my presentation. I think you should see it by now. Great. So yes, I am Maite from the Morph company, and we have collaborated with the European Startup Prize 2 times already to create a mobility manifesto for the European Union, using mainly methods from the design thinking, as Greg mentioned. So today I would like to show you a concrete example of how you can use design thinking, or human-centric design methods, as we also call them, to generate knowledge from the innovation sector and to raise the voice of the startups. So this is what the session is about. And well, first of all, let's maybe briefly discuss the why, right? Why is it that we need new methods at all? So this is a question for you in the public. You're happy to write questions in the chat if you can, or simply think about it, right? My question to you would be, how are advocacy or policy advice traditionally done? And what is possibly wrong with it? So when we think about advocacy in different areas of the economy, something that might come to your mind are foundations, associations, and think tanks conducting large studies and publishing reports. Then these reports and studies hopefully make it to influence policymakers around different subjects. And also, we may think about public affairs departments and expert groups, which work mostly behind closed doors, right? So what we see less often are open and participatory processes where different stakeholders get to collaborate and decide solutions together. So not to mention that, of course, we have an underrepresentation of specific groups. So in the case of startups, it is not a secret that they do not have the resources to do the same advocacy work that large companies do nowadays. So other challenges that we might have with current methods are that the way we work today, important insights and often the roots of the problems get lost through abstraction. So sometimes new policies and solutions are designed in a way that do not really address the root problem because this got lost in the way. It was not well communicated or understood. And last but not least, I think we lack empathy, especially when we do not communicate real voices of users, right? When people become numbers. So I would like to offer you a perspective of how we can mix traditional methods with human-centric methods to address these issues. And I'm going to explain it, of course, with a concrete example of the European Startup Manifesto on rail. So here's an overview of the methodology that we use for the European Startup Manifesto on rail. This is all design thinking methods, and here you can really think of design thinking as a toolbox that allows you to go for different methodologies depending on what you want to achieve. So there is not fixed recipe, but it is customizable. So for the European Startup Prize and for the Manifesto on Rail, we structured the project in 3 phases, as you can see here. The first one was all about crowdsourcing knowledge from the startup and from sector stakeholders. So as you can see, methods here were stakeholder mapping, where we analyzed what the different needs and interests of the stakeholder were, who works with whom. And one of the main methods that we used then were also qualitative interviews with startups, but also with European organizations, with new rail operators, with established ones, also with lobby organizations, venture capitalists. And the goal of these interviews was to really discover and truly understand the needs that these organizations had and design solution ideas. So after discovering the main topics and challenges, we also launched a survey to get quantitative insights across Europe, right? And then we proceed to evaluate results and design opportunity fields. Here we used a sort of design, let's say, methods. And then what I think it's most interesting is that we did co-creation workshops, and we also involved the stakeholders in the review of the recommendations that we were drafting. So this way we kind of make sure that the most important challenges and the most important groups were represented. So I know it's a lot in a short time, but as a result, so I'm gonna skip this one. We had over 70 startups and rail stakeholders across Europe contributing, as I said, different stakeholders, not only startups, and they covered really the whole value chain. And as a result, we had 35 actionable recommendations and 4 key areas. These are the key areas, the key challenges. I will invite you to check out the document and see how which recommendations we had in each area. But what I would like to refer briefly before finishing is what we really achieved with this, which we think can make a difference also for other type of organizations, is first of all, we managed to raise the voice of potentially underrepresented groups like startups. We brought together different perspectives to co-create together solutions. We communicated underlying needs in a very human-centric way, right? When startups went and presented their problems to the European policymakers itself. And this way, we think we achieved more empathy among policymakers by having the startups representing, communicating the challenges themselves. So I will leave it there. I think there might be questions by the end of the session. Of course, happy to be in touch with anyone who would like to talk more about design thinking for policy advice and advocacy. Greg, I'm giving it back to you.
Thank you so much, Maite. And it was indeed a very creative way of engaging with the startups all across the project. So I thank you for that. Now we have explained the full background and methodology. I would like to give the floor to Therese Albertson, our first startups here, who will be able to go deeper in the content of this manifesto and illustrate what are her own present and urgent needs that she could await from the European Union. So Therese Albertson, co-founder of Allboard, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So my name is Therese Albertson. I'm one of the co-founders of All Aboard. And All Aboard is a cross-border train travel platform where we want to make it easier for people to travel by train. And we're a B2C startup. And it started a few years ago when the founding team got together and we're like discussing that it was too hard to book train travel in Europe. And that's when we decided to do something about it. And the core of All Aboard is that we give recommendations on how to travel to your destination. So for example, if you want to go from Copenhagen to Rome, we give you 3 alternatives on how to get there. For example, if you want to go as fast as possible, or if you want to take a night train, or if you want to take it slow and see some other places on your way. But when we started out, we actually faced 2 main challenges. The first one was free access to good quality data, and the second one being a good ticket inventory. Because without a good access to good data, it's really hard to build and create good mobility services to the European citizens. And the data that we need is data on timetables, fares, and this data needs to be up to date and of good quality. But the thing is, this data exists, but it costs a lot of money to access it. And sometimes it costs thousands of euros in yearly fees to actually get your hands on it. And we think that this is an outdated way of accessing data, and it's not only limiting startups to enter the market, it's also limiting competition and innovation. And our second challenge is the importance of a good ticket inventory, because today the train operators can choose what tickets they want third-party players like us to sell. And this subset of tickets is usually with low or zero commission, which is not giving startups like us that much incentive to enter the markets. So having access to good quality data and a good ticket inventory will encourage and hopefully give the reason to startups like us and new ones to build and create useful services to the EU citizens. Because the thing is, people love to travel by train, and we just need more people to choose to go travel sustainable. And I think we need to make it just as easy or easier for people to book a train trip, or just as easy as booking a plane ticket for people to make this switch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Therese. I think it illustrates your example, and your own startup illustrates perfectly the need for more data sharing in order to have a better rail user experience, and to bring more modal shift to the rail. And at the end of the day, it's not only nice for the rail passenger, it's also nice for the planet, because we also need to use better and more this very sustainable way of traveling. But sustainability also brings us to the next to the next speaker, because there is a huge issue we still need to tackle in rail. There are still lots of diesel trains that are operating all across Europe. And it seems, Luke, that you have some sort of solutions to advance so we can make progress in this field. Having a new energy mix for rail was obviously one of the key topics of the Rail Manifesto this year. So now the floor is yours. You are the expert, and I'll let you give us your own examples.
Cheers, thank you very much for the kind introduction. So yes, my name is Luke Sperrin. I'm the CTO of H2Go Power. H2Go is a hydrogen technology startup, and we're based in London, and we're focused on hydrogen storage for stationary and mobility applications. And then, yeah, so today I'm here to represent my startup, but also all the other members that contributed to this manifesto. In terms of the recommendations for the new energy mix and then the energy transition, essentially there's three of them. So the first one being hydrogen as an alternative fuel to fossil fuels, two, biogas as an alternative fuel, and then three is expansion of electrification. So I'm just going to expand on the first point here today. But I do understand it requires a variety of approaches for what we need to do to practically meet the challenges that we need to achieve. So the recommendation around hydrogen is to accelerate the implementation of low carbon hydrogen refueling stations and the development of hydrogen e-propulsion. So it comes in two parts there. And that's especially for heavy haul and long distance freight locomotives. And this focus completely makes sense because they're more likely to be crossing between electrified and non-electrified areas and covering longer distances. And you have to say that the largest benefit of hydrogen power as a green power alternative is for lines where full electrification is basically not economical or too disruptive. So it really tackles those sort of those diesel sections. There's been a lot of work completed around hydrogen propulsion for onboard power. So one example is the Coradia Island in Germany and the Hydroflex in the UK. The Coradia Island was actually the world's first hydrogen-powered train, and it was actually presented at InnoTrans in Berlin in 2016. And actually by 2018, it's entered into commercial service in Germany. So they're making really good progress with that. The Hydroflex, so that was the first hydrogen-powered train in the UK. It's been developed by fitting a hydrogen pack to an existing class 319 train. And really the focus for that e-propulsion is looking at how to make the storage and the power conversion devices, whether that's a fuel cell or hydrogen combustion engines, much smaller to fit on board trains without having to change too much. And that's something we're really looking into at H2Go Power through the storage of onboard hydrogen with materials. So they take up less space and operate at very low pressures, making it much safer. So it's much more accepting to the public to have these sort of low pressure solutions on board. So yeah, the other side of the story is about making sure there's enough green hydrogen being produced in the right locations. So there is the 2x40 gigawatt green hydrogen initiative conducted by the Hydrogen Europe, specifies an investment of 20 billion euros in the next 5 to 10 years. And that's really important because by scaling the production of green hydrogen, we really drive down the cost dramatically. And some of the cost points we're looking at right now are sort of $1.50 per kilogram of hydrogen by 2025 and $1 per kilogram of hydrogen by 2030. So we're really sort of aggressively pursuing that cheap green hydrogen. And then, the Hydrogen Roadmap Europe study conducted by the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, they outlined how hydrogen could even account up to 24% of the final energy demand within the EU and over 5.4 million jobs by 2050. So you're talking about a big impact here. We're looking to play our part in that, having cheap and safe way of storing hydrogen in our solid state materials at generation and consumption sites like the fueling stations and hydrogen hubs. So you've got to have those two parts, the propulsion side and the storage side and the production. So to finish, the rail sector is not only the potential to play a substantial role in achieving the Green Deal goals, but also to support the EU's post-pandemic economic recovery plan, Next Generation EU. And as a startup, we believe it's vital that politicians and officials create spaces and support systems which allow growth and application of new technologies, which provide huge paybacks later down the line in terms of jobs, skills, and the environment and the economy. As part of the new energy mix and the energy transition, the use of hydrogen and biogas as an alternative fuel and the expansion of electrification is key. And for us, hydrogen is a key enabler for that better carbon-free future.
Thank you so much, Luke. We have heard of 2 major topics that are in the European Startup Manifesto on Rail. I just wanted to say that among the few key messages that we sent straight to the EU decision makers, there were also a lot of ideas and solutions about collaboration between startups and stakeholders across the value chain, which was the big topic, infrastructure availability and access to rolling stock, harmonization of European rail standards. May you be curious about all these subjects. I will encourage you to visit our website and have a look to the document. I leave it up there to our studio presenter in case we have any questions. And thank you so much for attending.
Yes, Gregory, you're right. We do have a question. And Iman is asking Maite, how is the crowdsourcing working concretely? So do we include questionnaires to customers, which are end users, as well as interviews to classic stakeholders? So that's like city managers, transport authorities, etc. So Maite?
Yeah, great question. Thanks a lot. I'm happy to hear that somebody wants to zoom in a bit into that. So exactly. So the way we have done it so far is we're not really talking to the end customers, which is something that you would for sure do with design thinking. Now, for the Rail Manifesto, we have been talking to the startups themselves. So we have been talking to people like Therese, like Luke, who can give us insights, not only about their customers' needs, but also, of course, about the whole sector and what startups are missing and how maybe the system needs to collaborate differently. So these were qualitative interviews where we, so the first interviews was really with experts that could, and we did all this sector mapping, of course, and this could give a north about what are the main topics, right? So we were already with a set of questions. However, this was not a fixed questionnaire, but we were, of course, we went with a very open-minded approach to discover what Therese and Luke had to tell us. So we have some questions prepared, but we also ask a lot why and try to deepen a lot into the insights that they give us to really understand what is maybe behind, what is underlying, what are, not only the facts, but what's underlying, why do they have this opinion, what are possible interests that are behind what they're saying. And first we did these interviews, and then from the interviews we identified, again, we refined our key topics, key hypotheses, key challenges, and we asked, then we created an online survey that was then conducted wider across all Europe with different countries, and there we had already a set questionnaire. This was fixed, but then we also had some open questions in this questionnaire where we were asking the users and the startups mainly, like, what are the challenges that they see? And we asked them to explain the challenges. So sometimes when we would discover new things, we would go and ask them back and interview them again. And so the survey was really directed towards startups, but the qualitative interviews were not only startups, they were really organizations like Shift to Rail, from the European Union. There were also VCs. So basically, there were also lobby organizations from Europe, from Brussels. So we defined kind of what are the different stakeholders that are important to us. We also talked to established operators and to new operators, like also the organizations that have a lot of power in the rail sector, and also disrupting organizations. So we basically predetermined that, but the approach is open. So you could also talk to cities, and you could also talk to any kind of stakeholder that you think is relevant. I leave it up there. I know that was a long answer.
No, but Maite, I think you did answer Iman's question, so thank you very much, Maite. So, guys, we are good for time. I'm just going to leave the last few minutes for you to perhaps conclude your points, or if there's anything more that you would like to share with our attendees right now. I mean, fellow attendees, if you have any questions right now, now is the time to send them in via the Q&A tab, and I've got your questions live in here where I can just give it to the panel to answer any thoughts that you may have, any questions, any concerns. So I'll just leave it up to you. Perhaps Therese and Luke, Gregory, you got something else you would like to add? Let's start with Therese.
I would say that if there are people out there curious to go by train, you should do it. Go by train, try it out. It's not hard. I think it's good for you and it's good for the planet.
Luke?
Just sort of to add, just from my angle in terms of hydrogen, it's obviously been a long time coming, but we're starting to see more impacts on everywhere. So there's a lot of current sort of crises on at the moment in terms of gas and the distribution of gas. But if we were a bit more prepared in the past, we could get that. Hydrogen would be a really good alternative to help sort of look at our consumption and reduce emissions quite strongly.
All right, I believe now it is time to conclude our session here. Thank you very much, Gregory, Maite, Therese, and Luke for that insightful session. Good luck for the manifesto and the cohort of European Startup Prize for Mobility that is launching later this month. All right. Today, for the second day of our event, we are doing something a little bit differently. Our next session will take place not here in the main stage tab, but on the Sessions tab right underneath. Sessions is designed to be more interactive, if you like. It gives you the opportunity to appear on screen and interact with our speakers, ask them questions in their virtual roundtable session. So if you wanted to go brush your hair, right now is the time to do it. I'm kidding. But anyway, let me ask you something. Did you know that the transportation of people and goods is responsible for 1/4 of the EU's greenhouse gas emissions? That's 25%, guys. It looks like all market players need to push towards the EU's Fit for 55 emission reduction goals, on top of their digital transformations, of course. So how will they shape the sustainable and digital future of transportation in Europe? Join in on the discussion with Matthias Schanze, founding partner of Rethink Mobility, Jennifer Jacobs-Dungs, head of mobility at EIT Inno Energy, and Jakob Moos, founder and CEO of Trax. So now head on over by clicking on the Sessions tab, and we will see you back here on the main stage at 2 p.m. CET. So head on over to Sessions.
a car-free tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead, to take a stand, to not just move, but to create a movement. We have a chance to make change. Take it. Don't give an inch, take a mile, and spark a revolution against pollution. Because if there's a chance to make it, having some fun along the way, wouldn't you take it? Take action. Take it on. Take a tear. We're always moving. Further. Forward. Together. We're clearing the path for a car-free tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead, to take a stand, to not just move, but to create a movement. We have a chance to make change. Take it. Don't give an inch, take a mile, and spark a revolution against pollution. Because if there's a chance to make it, having some fun along the way, wouldn't you take it? Take action. Take it on. Take a tear. We're always moving. Further. Forward. Together. We're clearing the path for a car-free tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead, to take a stand, to not just move, but to create a movement. We have a chance to make change. Take it. Don't give an inch, take a mile, and spark a revolution against pollution. Because if there's a chance to make it, having some fun along the way, wouldn't you take it? Take action. Take it on. Take a tear.
A very, very warm welcome back to the main stage. We really hope that you enjoyed the sessions format just now. And if you want to let us know your thoughts or what you think, be sure to send us a comment in the chat. Or you can also email us at info@electronomus.com. Next in our agenda, we ponder on this question. Are shared cars better when they are electric? Ride-hailing companies are setting ambitious electrification targets that far outpace the general passenger vehicle market. Car-sharing services are also going electric at a faster rate than privately owned vehicles. I am so delighted to be joined by Andrew Grant, Senior Analyst at Bloomberg NEF, to look at what is driving this trend and examine what speed bumps are ahead for the electrification of mobility services. Welcome, Andrew. Over to you now.
Thank you, June, and thank you for giving me a chance to talk about two topics that are, or the intersection of two topics that are very close to my heart, electric vehicles and mobility services. So I'll get stuck right in. First off, just let me mention what Bloomberg NEF is. It's the primary research arm of Bloomberg LP. You might know the news division, or you might know Bloomberg Terminal. But this is the primary research division. We're a group of about 250 analysts based around the globe in Bloomberg's regional offices. We cover a range of topics from clean power to transportation to agriculture and land, building and industry. So let me kick off by just talking a little bit about the electric vehicle market. So by the end of 2020, more than 10 million EVs had been sold globally. A big chunk of those in China, and over the course of 2020, EV sales in Europe had gone up quite quickly. Another 2.5 million have been sold just in the first half of 2021. By way of clarifying, let me show this chart, which shows what I'm talking about when I mention EVs. I'm talking about both battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. Although the market started out skewed towards plug-in hybrid vehicles, what you're seeing is a lot more battery electric vehicles being sold to date. And certainly that's reflected in a lot of the models that the major automakers are making available. So one of the big things we do every year in the transport group at Bloomberg NEF is to develop a long-term outlook for passenger vehicle sales. These numbers are based on economics and demographics. They don't take into account any major policy shifts that haven't yet been announced or haven't come into effect. So the 2021 edition of this outlook points to around 70% of vehicle sales being electric by 2040. On the fleet side, this could mean 500 million EVs on the roads just by 2040. Now, if we look at the shared components of our outlook, you're seeing in 2020, roughly about 4% of the passenger vehicle kilometers traveled were done in a form of shared transport, which for shared transport, we define that as ride-hailing services, which is one of the big ones, taxis and fleet-based car-sharing services. Now, 4% of the total might not seem like a lot, but this can really vary quite a lot depending on the market, where you're seeing big chunks of the passenger vehicle demand, or the demand for kilometers in India and even in China, being in the form of demand for shared mobility services. Now, the economics certainly lead us to think that there is room for growth, somewhere in the region of an 8 times growth on a global basis out to 2040, taking the total demand for shared mobility services on a per kilometer basis to about 16% of the total. Again, this can vary quite a lot by region. We still expect markets like India and China to be at the forefront of this trend, but other markets will also be catching up, places like the US and South Korea, and in Europe, where we expect the demand for shared mobility to eat into that demand for privately driven vehicle kilometers. Now, one of the major factors pushing this demand forward is the growth in urbanization. So more people living in large, dense urban cities, making it more difficult to own a private vehicle and certainly use that private vehicle when you consider factors like congestion and availability of parking and storage of those vehicles. So there are some other factors that could be shaping the growth of mobility services and the demand for passenger vehicle kilometers going forward. One of the major ones, and certainly something that's on the forefront of everybody's mind at the moment, is COVID-19 and the effect that could have both in the near term on demand for passenger vehicle kilometers, but also if those effects end up becoming somewhat sticky and end up having a longer term effect. We have in our outlook, we have most of the impact of COVID-19 being relieved by sort of in the next 2 or 3 year time frame, but it has had a noticeable impact on near-term mobility demand. We've already seen the bounce back from a lot of ride-hailing companies in terms of the number of trips really increasing quite swiftly. Coming out of the pandemic, and not quite getting back to pre-pandemic levels, but certainly heading in that direction. However, a lot of this is driven by subsidies and on the part of the ride-hailing companies and on the part of the mobility service companies as a way to boost that growth and kind of recover from the pandemic. There's also a big role that policy will play going forward. I just heard on the previous session talk of the role that cities will play in defining how their transport infrastructure will be laid out going forward, what type of regulations they will put in place to either incentivize or disincentivize the rollout of ride-hailing services and the role they play feeding off public transit infrastructure. And then there's also this unanswered question around some of the economics and technology within the ride-hailing business model, within the business model of other mobility services. Questions like whether these companies can achieve long-term profitability and certainly consistent profitability going forward, and whether those margins that they are able to achieve will be sort of similar to what we've seen from public transit or transport providers in the past, or whether that's going to be if they're going to be able to push those margins a lot higher and be able to invest in some of the other services and other advanced technologies that they are looking to develop, such as autonomous vehicles. So let me share with you a few numbers that we collect on mobility services and the ride-hailing market in particular. So by the end of 2020, we had about 1.1 billion users tracked across the major ride-hailing companies in our database. If you go back to 2017, that's about a 7% compound annual growth rate. Well, again, this varies quite a lot by region. We have seen a wide availability of these types of services being offered in most markets globally in some form or another. What these businesses do is also support a large driver base, which has grown at a similar rate to the base and is now just shy of 60 million drivers globally that work for these services in one form or another. Now, this big demand at the end of 2019 counted for about 85 million ride-hailing trips in any given day. This can obviously vary based on seasonality, but there's been noticeable trend particularly among the major ride-hailing companies that June mentioned in the introduction. So of these 85 million trips, about the companies that account for about 3/4 of those trips have now set major electrification targets and targets around when they would like to be fully sustainable or only allow carbon neutral vehicles on their platforms. The degree and the timing of these targets can really vary based on the market and certainly based on the geography. So I'll go through a couple of those now. The two largest ride-hailing companies in North America, Uber and Lyft, are both targeting fully electric or zero-emission fleets by 2030. Similarly ambitious targets have been set by the leading companies across Europe, either targeting 2025 or 2030. In China, we don't have specific full electrification targets for some of the ride-hailing companies. And if anybody's got a bit of time afterwards and wants to get into one of the networking sessions and discuss that, I'd be happy to go into a bit more detail on that area. But however, the largest ride-hailing company in China, Didi, has already over 1 million vehicles, electric vehicles that is, on their fleet. They plan to grow their business quite dramatically over the next few years. And subsequently, they plan to grow the number of electric vehicles that operate on their platform to over 10 million EVs by 2028. In India, a market with quite low electric vehicle adoption, where electric vehicles account for less than 1% of the total fleet, ride-hailing companies are acting as the first movers, really. In India, Ola is aiming for more than 1 million 2-, 3-, and 4-wheelers available on its platform by the end of the year. I should mention that they also are making these 2-wheelers themselves through a subsidiary, and are making those 2-wheelers available to consumers. And they seem to have a fairly good sales week this week when they made them available for the first time. In other markets, again, these are markets with very low EV adoption as at present. these companies are acting as the first mover and are really the first to set ambitious targets for electrification across the Middle East and Africa, across Latin America. Didi's again also begun deploying some EVs in some of its markets outside of China, like Mexico City, while Uber, which operates in many of these markets, has planned for them all vehicles on the platform to be electric by 2040. So even in regions like Southeast Asia, the local ride-hailing companies have either invested in testing out electric vehicles, in the case of a company like Grab, or in the case of Gojek, they've set a very a bold target of 100% electrification on their platform by 2030 across their mix of two-wheelers and four-wheeler vehicles. So again, I feel like I'm saying this maybe perhaps too much, but there is a very big difference across the ride-hailing market, both in terms of the deployment of these vehicles, where China is the major market for ride-hailing deployment and is around half of the total of ride-hailing vehicles deployed globally, but accounts for nearly 21% of all the. Sorry, I should rephrase. In China, around 21% of the vehicles that have been deployed for ride-hailing purposes are electric. There's a far smaller share in other markets like Europe, which would rank in second place in terms of share of electrification, around 3.4%, just slightly ahead of what the share of the fleet, the passenger vehicle was at the time, and then other markets like the US and India, where the share of electrification in ride-hailing is slightly lagging what is applicable in the general passenger vehicle market. So there's a few factors that lead to this being the case, and I'll just go through a couple of them now. So first off, let's start looking at the vehicle availability, particularly if you're a ride-hailing driver and you're going out to start looking for an electric vehicle so you can actually buy it and start using that service. Say on a global basis, you have the what we had at a stage in 2020, there were around 215 BEVs, different types of battery electric vehicle available globally, which sounds pretty good. But from among that, you've got to take out the ones that don't have four doors, because for the vast majority of ride-hailing services, that's a critical requirement. You also need something, again, in the vast majority of cases, and for almost every service, you need something that is a fairly decently sized vehicle. It can't be a micro car. You need your passengers to be comfortable, and you certainly need a back seat that they can access and sit in comfortably, particularly in the age of COVID, where in most cases ride-hailing companies require their passengers to be sitting in the back seat of the vehicle. And let's just throw in another factor as well, based on some averages around the distances that ride-hailing and taxi drivers drive on a daily basis. Let's say that you need over 200 kilometers of range, and you've already taken nearly 100 vehicles off that available pool of ride-hailing of BEVs that would be suitable for your ride-hailing purposes. Now, to make this even worse, that's just on a global basis. If we really do need to look at this based on a regional basis and the different types of BEVs that are available across these different regions. And you'll notice that what I mentioned around the number of vehicles used for electric vehicles used for ride-hailing in China outpacing the rest of the world, it certainly seems to indicate that since China is one of the markets with the most BEVs that can be used in ride-hailing, that's certainly a factor in some of their success. I'll go into a few more of the reasons so far. But then let's also look at something else that's incredibly crucial when you're looking at the electrification of ride-hailing, and that's the cost. So I'm going to be talking quite a bit about the total cost of ownership of electric vehicles in the next minute or two. What we do here, we go segment by segment and region by region and look at the theoretical upfront cost of these electric vehicles in different markets and different segments. This is not specifically for ride-hailing context. This is for a general passenger vehicle market. And what we're typically looking at for a ride-hailing vehicle is something in this medium-term market where we're getting close to upfront price parity, but it's something that's going to take another year or two still till we actually are able to see BEVs as the cheaper option on an upfront basis. However, ride-hailing drivers do have the advantage over private consumers in that they do drive a lot further on a typical basis than your private passenger vehicle owner. This means that if you're using the lower costs or the lower mileage costs of electric vehicles, and you put some comparable figures into our, which I did here for our total cost of ownership model, you get some very interesting results. So a new battery electric vehicle, and assuming that there's two charging scenarios, one where you kind of have to, where you don't have very good charging availability, and one where you do have very good charging availability, you'll find that it's not awfully out of the realm of your budgeting perspective for a ride-hailing driver to switch towards an electric vehicle, particularly when you compare to this gray bar, which I'm showing here, which is a new internal combustion engine vehicle. You'll see that it really comes down to the type of charging availability that you have at your disposal. However, there are some other vehicles that it's not just a straight choice between a battery electric vehicle and an internal combustion engine vehicle for a ride-hailing driver. You also have that green bar there, which is going for a hybrid vehicle, which far more economical than an internal combustion engine vehicle, and subsequently being a fairly attractive option on a total cost of ownership basis for ride-hailing drivers. Another option that's also very attractive for ride-hailing drivers at the moment is to go for a used internal combustion engine vehicle, which ends up being fairly attractive for them financially. So how do these rank now, and how are they going to change going forward? Well, by 2025, a new BEV, in our view, based on our figures, ends up being the more economical version for ride-hailing drivers if there is good availability of charging infrastructure. Hybrids are still a good option for ride-hailing drivers on a total cost of ownership basis, but again, there's other options that are available if and certainly options that are more attractive to ride-hailing drivers if they don't have good access to that charging infrastructure. Even by 2030, at this stage, it seems unlikely that a rational ride-hailing driver would be opting for an internal combustion engine vehicle if they didn't have to. But hybrids are still a very good option for them, depending on the charging infrastructure availability. So are there ways to make it so that battery electric vehicles are able to jump above hybrids in almost any situation? Something that was mentioned on the session earlier around different form factors for vehicles and making sure that the vehicles are very suitable for ride-hailing or certainly urban transport. That's an option that a lot of ride-hailing companies are exploring through partnerships with some of the major automakers globally. You're seeing companies like Didi coming out with a vehicle. This is the Didi D1 that they designed in partnership with BYD, which is supposedly ideally suited for a ride-hailing market in China. And that kind of optimization could drive down the total cost of ownership and make these vehicles more suited both in practice and financially. You're also getting different vehicle ownership structures that are incentivizing the uptake of electric vehicles. So something that Didi's done and certainly become a large facet of their business in China is their Auto Solutions platform, which ends up financing quite a large chunk of the vehicles that drivers end up using on their platforms. And these financing structures can again be tailored so that they are more suitable for electric vehicles than for internal combustion and hybrid vehicles. There's other examples around the globe that are being tested out, such as Lyft's Express Drive program, where Lyft own the vehicles themselves and offer them on a rental or a short-term lease basis to drivers, and as a way to kind of jumpstart electric vehicle adoption. You also heard me talk quite a bit about charging infrastructure, and that's certainly going to be a major factor in determining if electric vehicles will be really suitable for ride-hailing going forward. Now, a lot of the ride-hailing companies have started putting in place charging infrastructure agreements or partnerships that either give preferential costs to the drivers on their platforms, or gives them a voice in helping determine where charging infrastructure gets deployed. And certainly the data that's collected by ride-hailing companies can be useful to charging infrastructure operators who are looking to put their charging infrastructure in the most optimal situations. There's also a big role for policy to play, both on the carrot side and on the stick side. Now, this chart here shows incentives that are available for battery electric vehicles if they're used in a personal capacity. And some of these are certainly very, very generous and can be really useful in stimulating growth. And we've, over the last year, we've seen the effect that the subsidy in Germany has had on electrification in the country. But what's happened in several cases is that these subsidies, or at least the full extent of these subsidies, aren't available to ride-hailing drivers. Now, ride-hailing companies are lobbying quite hard to make sure that these subsidies do end up getting passed onto the drivers on their platform, but there is a bit of work to go. There's also a somewhat compelling argument to me that because these ride-hailing drivers do end up driving further than the average driver, if you are really looking to get the most bang for your buck around putting electric vehicles on the streets and taking internal combustion engine vehicles off the streets, you might want to look at adjusting these subsidies for ride-hailing drivers. However, I'll acknowledge, other issues around these issues. Certainly congestion and the movement of ride-hailing vehicles around cities is a hot topic and quite sensitive to many. Which is why some consumers, or some regulators rather, have gone the other way on the policy spectrum and are brandishing a stick and enforcing either clean air zones, low carbon zones, or just flat out limiting the number of ride-hailing vehicles that are available in any given market. This is particularly prominent in places like China, and again, one of the reasons why the rate of electrification in ride-hailing in China is so much higher than the rest of the world. By our count, around 127 million people living, or cities that account for around 127 million people, call that roughly 10% of the Chinese population, enforce that only electric vehicles are allowed, or zero emissions vehicles, I should say, are allowed to be deployed in ride-hailing services in those cities. And that number seems to keep growing year on year. So with all these factors, it seems like ride-hailing is going to be an influential role in shaping how electric vehicles are deployed going forward, and certainly over the next decade. So it's something that I just wanted to give this talk and make sure everybody was paying attention to that trend, and certainly thinking about that as they look to make their strategic decisions going forward. And finally, I'll close off just by showing our 2021 passenger vehicle outlook, both on the three main categories of kilometers traveled and the effect that could have, the growth in fleet size, and the growth in sales. And one final thing I'll point out is that you may notice that the growth in kilometers traveled in our outlook is greater than the growth in the fleet size. Mostly that's down to our view that shared mobility comes in and takes up a big chunk of that demand for kilometers traveled, meaning that there's fewer vehicles required in the passenger vehicle fleet. So with that, June, shall I bring you back and see if there's any questions that you'd like to chat about?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Andrew, for that very insightful presentation. I would just like to expand on your presentation. Could you share with us which policy mechanisms do you think will be most popular for encouraging the electrification of ride-hailing? What do you think are the policies?
Right, so I mentioned a couple of the different types of options available out there, whether it's the carrot or the stick. A lot of these subsidies are going to end up being very expensive, particularly if you're trying to transition the entire ride-hailing fleet as it is out there. So I do expect a lot more bans and restrictions being placed in some form around ride-hailing companies in particular, whether that's what's things that you maybe see in places like London with clean air zones within the middle of the city, or whether it's rules that specifically apply to ride-hailing vehicles. There'll be a bit of a mix of that. However, it's not just going to be bans. I think there's got to be some incentives coming in to help make these electric vehicles more affordable for ride-hailing drivers who are perhaps particularly more cost sensitive than the private passenger vehicle owners. So you'll see a mix of both. I think perhaps more bans than subsidies. And then the other big question is whether those subsidies are going to come from the governments or whether those will come from the ride-hailing companies who in many cases have very tricky financial situations as it is. So again, that'll have to be a hard-fought competition to see who's going to actually end up picking up the tab for a lot of that. But the ride-hailing companies are certainly going to lobby very hard to try pull subsidies for their driver base.
Right, Andrew. So I just wanted to quickly remind our attendees that if you have a question for Andrew right now, do send them in and I can get them in the studio live. So send your questions in the Q&A tab. So Andrew, we just saw your in-depth introduction and presentation research on the different regions that have implemented ride-hailing electrification. So which regions in particular do you think will be the earliest to reach full ride-hailing electrification? What do you think?
I think it's a closely fought race between China and Europe. The US will probably be third. But between those markets, which both have, which are at the moment, it's almost a dead heat for the largest electric vehicle market on a passenger vehicle sales basis at the moment. So there's going to be those trends that affect what ride-hailing drivers are able to buy. And then there's also the changing policy landscape, and the charts I showed on the different policy restrictions being put on what vehicles can be deployed by ride-hailing drivers. That's going to certainly be a factor, and those regulations are most prominent in places like China and places like Europe. It comes down, if you're talking about full electrification, it does end up coming down to how you're able to push that to kind of the final 10% or the final 20% of the market. Certainly the electrification of ride-hailing in China has been growing very swiftly, and I expect Europe to grow very swiftly over the next few years. But that's going to depend quite a lot on the policy landscape, but those are definitely my front runners.
So Andrew, who do you think will end up owning these EVs in most cases? I think I know your answer already, but do you think there's any chance that private owners might catch up to this?
It's a very tricky situation at the moment for a lot of these ride-hailing companies, in that their business model is based around them not actually owning any heavy assets. They want to be software companies and platforms that encourage drivers to transact with riders on their platform, and they don't really want to get involved too much. And certainly in a lot of cases have resisted the urge to operate big vehicle ownership units. There have been experiments around that in the past, and certainly I mentioned DiDi's financing arm being a big role, or having a big role there in electric vehicle adoption. Uber in the past has played around with its automotive solutions business. an area that it's definitely wound down a bit. And Lyft is playing around with this idea of incentivizing the first 10% of its drivers by owning vehicles itself and leasing those EVs to its drivers. But in general, they don't want to be in the business of renting vehicles or owning vehicles and holding them on their balance sheet and trying to rent them out to their drivers. It changes the whole dynamic of their business. So that kind of leaves, is it going to be the drivers owning the vehicles as it is at the moment, or are there going to be third parties coming in and taking a big stake? And is this, it could be companies like some of the large rental companies that are out there, and maybe some automakers that are getting more interested in this type of business line. We've seen VW working through the process of trying to buy back Europcar as a route to vehicle ownership, and certainly electric vehicle ownership for mobility service units. So that's something that we could see in a growing capacity going forward, and something that I would be looking out for closely as those third parties that would own a bulk of the EVs that end up being used on ride-hailing platforms.
It's very interesting that you mentioned these companies wanting to buy back these ride-hailing companies, because I want to talk about robo-taxis. I was in Singapore actually in 2016, I believe, when robo-taxis were first launched. It was the Renault Zoe, if I'm not mistaken. Incidentally, also the car that I drive right now, fantastic car, but not sponsored. It's really interesting. Like, what do you think, like in the future for all these robo-taxis, are they all going to be electric? It seems very obvious, but is it going to be electric? And also, what do you think about the apprehension, perhaps, where people like jumping into a taxi and then you don't have a driver? What do you think?
I mean, Renault should give you some free charging or something along those lines for that delightful plug that you just gave them. But if you look at what the automakers and the vast majority of the serious autonomous vehicle developers have laid out and what they are using at the moment in terms of their vehicles for testing, it is almost all electric vehicles. The testing in California, with 3 out of every 4 miles that were driven in testing in California, and we can see this from the DMV data once we do a bit of cross-referencing using the vehicle identification numbers. 3 out of 4 miles that were driven were done on electric drivetrains. And that percentage has just been increasing over time as these vehicles have been tested. You can look at the autonomous vehicle strategies from the automakers, apart from 1 or 2 that are testing with hybrids and some companies that are kind of hedging their bets, whether they use fuel cell vehicles or battery electric vehicles. It ends up mostly skewing towards battery electric vehicles. So I see it just seems highly likely that autonomous vehicles will be electric vehicles.
Very nice. All right. So Andrew, we have a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to leave you with perhaps your closing thoughts on what you hope to let our attendees know here in the International Mobility Summit.
Right. I mean, the short summary, if you want to take anything away from the many charts that I showed, ride-hailing and mobility services aren't going to be every kilometer that we travel, at least not in our view. It's going to be a big and meaningful chunk. It's not going to be the majority of kilometers that we travel. And the way those kilometers go electric and the way they go electric faster than the rest of the passenger vehicle market will have a powerful trend in shaping some of the other factors in the transport industry going forward, whether that's the vehicle designs, whether that's some of the policy implementations, or whether that's the charging infrastructure side of things. So mobility services will be a big indicator for how this market develops.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for that conversation. I really enjoyed it, and we'll see you next time. All right, so we are taking a very, very short break here at the International Mobility Summit 2021. So don't go anywhere, because coming up next, I don't want to spoil it, you don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
We're always moving. Further. Forward. Together. We're clearing the path for a car-free tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead, to take a stand, to not just move, but to create a movement. We have a chance to make change. Take it. Don't give an inch, take a mile, and spark a revolution against pollution. Because if there's a chance to make it, having some fun along the way, wouldn't you take it? Take action. Take it on. Take a tear.
Welcome back. From electric vehicles on the road, let's now talk about electric vehicles that can fly. Fresh off their public debut from the New York Stock Exchange only yesterday, we put the focus on Archer. How is Archer charting the future of air mobility? To discuss, I am delighted to introduce to you your moderator for this session. He is Forbes 30 Under 30 and the co-founder of Uber Elevate, Nikhil Goel. Welcome, Nikhil, and would you like to introduce your special guest?
Pleasure. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Nikhil Goel. I helped co-found the Uber Elevate team in 2016 with an incredible team of entrepreneurs and inventors inside of Uber. I now work with a number of companies across the mobility space, and I'm so excited to be here for this discussion because the topic of urban air mobility is so important. You know, today, 50% of the world's population lives in cities. By 2030, that number will be closer to 70%. That's 6 billion people living in the center of cities. But even though cities are getting more dense, transportation solutions are not getting much better. We live in 3 dimensions, right? Skyscrapers were able to alleviate residential and commercial congestion on the ground and take it to the air, but transportation solutions have not. And so ground infrastructure cannot scale to support these growing populations, and we need transformational change. That's where urban air mobility comes in. And most importantly, solving those congestion problems, it's not the work of just any one company. It's not the work of just any one manufacturer. It's going to take an entire ecosystem. There are a number of eVTOL companies working on this challenge, but true change will only happen when eVTOL manufacturers partner with NASA, partner with governments, partner with cities and communities to come together. So to start, let me introduce Andrew Cummings, Archer's head of business development, to explain a little bit more.
Yeah, thanks, Nikhil. Very much appreciate the introduction. Also want to quickly thank the team that planned Electronomus for putting on this great event and for hosting us today. As Nikhil said, my name is Andrew Cummins and I lead business development at Archer. As a very quick overview, Archer is developing an all-electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft to provide fast, sustainable, safe transportation for people in cities around the world. Not only are we building the aircraft, but we're also creating an aerial ride-sharing service to operate these aircraft and create a seamless customer journey from origin to destination. I'm going to answer this up front because most people ask the question. No, you can't own one of these aircraft personally. We will be operating these aircraft as a ride-sharing service. But can you just imagine being whisked across a city like Los Angeles, across the traffic in Los Angeles, flying 20 miles or 32 kilometers for our friends in Europe in about 10 minutes, while traveling above the road, while traveling on the road, pardon me, could take well over an hour. That's really the future that we're trying to create at Archer, but we can't do it alone. We need to create an ecosystem around this aircraft, and that includes things like the vertical takeoff and landing infrastructure, which we call vertiports, maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities for these aircraft to make sure that we keep them in good shape. And then also multimodal partnerships, and other assets to create that seamless customer journey. So ultimately, we want to make this an accessible, equitable form of transportation to connect our communities like never before.
Absolutely. No, that sounds incredibly fascinating, Andrew. These new transportation options that will complement existing modes of transit. Can you tell us a little bit more about the aircraft?
Yeah, certainly. So thanks, Nikhil. That's a great question. A lot of people are very interested in this new type of aircraft. So as I said, we're developing and certifying an all-electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. So it's really pretty cool. What that means is the aircraft has the capability to take off and land vertically like a helicopter, but it also has rotors that tilt forward for transition into forward flight, just like a traditional airplane would. It's really amazing, some of the technology that goes into this aircraft. So recent advancements in battery technology has enabled electric flight, and it really holds great promise for the future of sustainable aviation, along with other types of propulsion technologies. Now, importantly, that electric propulsion system enables the aircraft to be significantly quieter than helicopters today, and that's really important. In fact, the aircraft will be roughly 100 times quieter than a helicopter when it's at cruise at about 2,000 feet above our cities. And really what that does is it allows us to blend the aircraft's noise into the existing ambient noise in a city. That electric powertrain also means that the aircraft is eco-friendly, and it's a great step towards decarbonization in the aviation industry. It will also be safe. There's a new technology called distributed electric propulsion technology. And what that ultimately means is that there's multiple layers of redundancy that's built into the aircraft. And not only are there new technologies that make the aircraft very safe, it will also be certified by the federal aviation authorities, such as the FAA in the United States or EASA in Europe. The aircraft will travel at roughly 150 miles an hour and have a useful range of about 60 miles. So it's perfect for kind of the urban and intra-urban type of use cases and flights. And we're really excited to bring this aircraft to market to positively impact people's lives and give them, really their most precious resource back, which is time ultimately.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds like a fantastic design for the Archer aircraft. Would you, Andrew, tell us a little bit more about the company's momentum over the past year? I was actually in Los Angeles for Archer's Maker launch event in June, but my understanding is that is just a sample of what your company has been doing this year.
Yeah, certainly. And that was a fantastic event, Nikhil. But that's, like you said, just one major milestone that we've accomplished over the course of the year. It's really been an exciting time at Archer. As it was mentioned at the very beginning of our session here, just last week, we finalized our merger with Atlas Crest Investment Corp, and we were listed on the New York Stock Exchange. In fact, just yesterday, I'm sitting here in New York, just yesterday morning, we rang the opening bell to officially commemorate Archer going public. And really what's important there is that provides us with the capital necessary to not only develop and certify our aircraft, but also to build out the manufacturing facilities necessary to build these vehicles at a high rate. And then begin to build the ecosystem around the aircraft as well. We've announced some amazing strategic partnerships that are very important for our business and will help propel us forward. Those include a strategic relationship with United Airlines, which is going to be our launch customer. United announced a $1 billion aircraft order with an additional option for an additional $500 million worth of aircraft. We also have a strategic partnership with Stellantis. They will help, and Stellantis, I believe, is the 4th largest auto manufacturer in the world by volume. They'll help us with scaled manufacturing, advanced manufacturing. We'll learn a lot there. We'll also be able to leverage some of their supply chain networks to help us tap into to their well-developed network that they have. And then lastly, we just recently announced a partnership with Reef. That's a really important partnership because that will allow us to help build out our network of landing facilities, or vertiports as they're called. Reef owns and operates thousands of parking structures, not only in the United States, but in Europe and other locations. And those can be retrofitted to be landing sites, which I think we'll probably talk about here a little bit later. Nikhil, as you mentioned, we also unveiled our inaugural aircraft, which we're calling Maker. Maker is a very important aircraft for us. It's a full-scale demonstrator. We're going to be using it to collect an immense amount of data and test systems and subsystems of that aircraft and help us push forward through the certification process. On the note of certification, we actually just had a very major milestone that we announced a couple of weeks ago. We finalized our G1 issue paper from the FAA. And what that does is it establishes the airworthiness and environmental requirements necessary to achieve type certification for our aircraft with the FAA. So we're really excited about that process, and we aim to achieve certification in 2024 with the FAA. And then concurrently, we're hard at work building an ecosystem around that aircraft to launch, provide this urban air mobility service. And this includes, again, things like landing infrastructure, MRO sites, and other capabilities.
Wow. So it's clear that developing and certifying the aircraft is just one piece of the puzzle. It sounds like integrating into city environments is also key to the rollout of urban air mobility. Is that right?
Yeah, certainly. That's exactly right, Nikhil. So we've announced recently 2 city partnerships in LA and Miami in the United States. And it's really exciting. We've begun to work collaboratively with city and state officials to figure out how we can thoughtfully integrate urban air mobility service into our communities. And that really spans numerous initiatives that we're actively working on right now. So I think, Sam will talk about it a little bit more from his perspective, but we're working collaboratively to develop the necessary policy frameworks to enable urban air mobility service. Those are things such as looking at land use policies for vertiport development and permitting, as well as other potential, policies around the operations of the aircraft. We're looking very importantly at how do we create multimodal transit systems by connecting urban air mobility service with existing transportation and infrastructure networks. It's really important to create that seamless end-to-end journey and complement other forms of existing transportation. There's great benefit in the future that we're looking at by spurring economic development opportunities in our communities through this urban air mobility service and this new emerging industry through, local workforce development, real estate development opportunities around these vertiports to help continue to build and develop our communities around these sites, and other economic impacts, that this new industry could also bring. We're also supporting efforts to educate residents about this new technology, this new transportation service, and its benefits, and why this is something that will ultimately be valuable to these communities. What's key here, though, ultimately is the active collaboration with the city on these issues. And we feel very lucky to have officials in these cities that are really great partners, and they're working with us actively on some of these items that I just mentioned. So with all of that said, it was a mouthful, I know. I'm gonna hand it over to Sam Morsi, who leads Urban Movement Labs, which is one of our key partners in LA. Over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Electronomus, for hosting us. I'm talking to you from Los Angeles, California, where it's very early in the morning. I'm the executive director here at Urban Movement Labs. I've got 20 plus years of working in what I'll call the terrestrial transportation planning world, planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of traditional transit and transportation systems. I've had a mix of public and private sector leadership positions throughout my career, and I think that uniquely positions myself and our organization to support both private businesses and public agencies with a community-first engagement process. I'd say while my focus has been on terrestrial mobility, I think my career has given me the understanding of the tools necessary to address any aspect of transportation project development, which is why I've been particularly focused on the challenges of this new transportation system, particularly around the land use planning, the environmental clearance, construction. These are similar challenges that face any project, but they're going to be of particular concern when we talk about aerial mobility options. Urban Movement Labs, we are a first of its kind organization in the United States. We operate at the intersection of the public sector, private firms, and the communities. We fill a gap in past transportation and mobility planning and operations. We align the benefits and challenges from a community perspective. We were founded in late 2019 out of Mayor Eric Garcetti's office, and we are now a fully independent nonprofit entity, partnering with the City of Los Angeles and other municipalities. Here in Los Angeles, we're helping Archer to work with key stakeholders to envision the urban aerial mobility network of the future. We're working with partners like the Mayor's Office, the Los Angeles Department of Transportation, and the Los Angeles Department of City Planning, and the Department of Water and Power. We're helping to create the policies and ultimately the procedures and permits that will integrate urban aerial mobility service into the city's diverse transportation network. What's important for us and what's important for our community is to have a collaborative approach to building this policy framework around things like land use and operations. We want to develop and support a service that provides maximum benefit to the city. Very important to us is the early engagement with community and residents of Los Angeles. Here, with Archer's assistance, we've begun a comprehensive outreach and engagement effort that's focused on listening first to the concerns of the community, and then using what we hear to inform the policies and procedures that we're going to develop in collaboration with the city.
Thank you, Sam. That is fantastic perspective on how you at UML are working to build the foundation of urban air mobility in LA. It sounds like LA is leading the way in many regards, and I know that the city of LA has been working not just with Uber, but with participants all across the industry for years. So switching gears to Andrew. Andrew, we've talked about some of the city collaboration initiatives. Can you also talk about the vertiports, how you're thinking about where they may be located in the city, and more precisely, how you would go about determining where they should be in the city optimally?
Yeah, it's a great question, Nikhil. And ultimately, these vertiports, these takeoff and landing facilities, are really a critical component of urban air mobility service. So to maximize the benefit of Archer's urban air mobility service in a city, we want to ensure that we're locating vertiports in the most convenient, accessible spots for future riders. And to do that, we're using data to help us determine the optimal vertiport locations. We have an all-star team building our data science technology, which we call Prime Radiant. Prime Radiant essentially is a program that ingests billions of data points on city movements, things like car trips, metro trips, and other factors such as congestion on the ground, airspace, and the national airspace system, critical infrastructure, things like hospitals and other critical infrastructure, and more. And really, what we do is we take all of this data, and it helps us identify the best locations to build a convenient network of vertiports to serve a community. And not only do we want to serve a community, but we want to do it while also respecting the existing airspace design, critical infrastructure, and other important community considerations. Because as we're talking about, this is really a partnership. So ultimately, to connect communities like never before, as I mentioned up front, we're looking at placing some of these sites in an urban environment. Some sites might be kind of more in the suburbs in our communities. And really interestingly, we're thinking about placing some locations in more remote areas. So riders of the future could maybe explore areas that were otherwise less convenient to access. And that's really what's very exciting about urban air mobility and its potential, is not only being able to efficiently take the trips that we already take today, quickly, safely, conveniently, but also potentially, visiting areas that we wish we could go to, but we really don't that often because it's just not convenient. So ultimately, what we're doing is we're sharing a lot of this information with our city partners to ensure that we're identifying important considerations as we select and develop locations, because it's not only about where locations are most optimal, but like I said, it's how does everything work together that already exists today, and finding the best fit for these locations.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sam, on that note, since Andrew just mentioned city considerations, what other things does the city think about when it comes to planning around urban air mobility?
Question. Urban Movement Labs and the City of Los Angeles are working together under what we call the Urban Area Mobility Partnership, which was announced in late 2020 by Mayor Eric Garcetti. And it's really based on a set of core principles for urban area mobility planning. The principles themselves were developed in conjunction with the World Economic Forum. There are a lot of things that we've already heard mentioned today: sustainability, low noise, local workforce development, safety, equity of access, multimodal connectivity, and purpose-driven data sharing. These principles are applied here in Los Angeles, but they can be applied in cities across the globe, and that's why we're so excited to start here in LA. And I'd say while safety and noise concerns are front of mind for most LA residents, primarily due to our current lived experience with a high volume of helicopter traffic hovering over LA at all times of the day, I believe that those core principles are being actively addressed by the private sector and companies like Archer. What I'm most focused on and what our work is most focused on are the other core principles. How can we ensure that not only that urban aerial mobility is sustainable, but how can the upgrades to our city's electrical grid that support the UAM operations result in a more resilient and sustainable grid across our city? From a workforce development standpoint, what types of new jobs will be directly and indirectly created by this new travel mode? And how can we engage private sector firms like Archer in expanding job opportunities and opportunities for career advancement to those people traditionally left behind or left out of those environments? In terms of equity of access and multimodal connectivity, how can we overlay this new mode of transportation while ensuring that we don't degrade the experience of passengers today? How can we build on the success of recent projects like our variable price toll lanes in terms of offering discounted rates based on income levels?
Thank you, Sam. That approach sounds thoughtful and very well considered. And so building on the transportation infrastructure projects you just mentioned, Andrew, you talked about leveraging existing infrastructure. And my understanding is that you also have a partnership with Reef, partly in that vein. Is that correct?
Yeah, Nikhil, that's right. We just actually recently announced our partnership with Reef. And it's really important for us because, that partnership and other infrastructure partners potentially in the future with other infrastructure owners will allow us to execute our plans for urban takeoff and landing sites. As I mentioned earlier, because our aircraft can take off and land vertically, we really need very little space for vertiports. And because of that, plus the low noise footprint, that allows us to operate in dense city environments. And really what that means is that, we think it'll be optimal to retrofit a city's existing infrastructure and use those as landing sites. When I'm talking about existing land infrastructure, I'm talking about things such as maybe the top level of parking structures, existing heliports, or maybe even at airports. We believe that retrofitting infrastructure is the best way to launch this service and this industry, really so as to kind of minimize the amount of new construction and investment required to support a robust urban air mobility network. And that's really where our partnership with Reef comes in. Reef has over, I think I had mentioned it up front, Reef has over 4,500 parking assets across the US and Europe. And we're really working, with them to help transform these underutilized parking structures into, much more viable community assets. So, the rooftop of a parking facility is really perfect for a vertiport in many regards. If you think about parking structures, they're usually in prime locations. They're built to support heavy loads with all of those cars that are already parking in those facilities. They're very easily accessible most of the time, and they're generally underutilized. At least the rooftops are, because who wants to park their car on the rooftop? Well, it's either baking in the sun all day or getting covered in snow in the winter. Well, maybe not for Sam in LA, but for the majority of us. So ultimately, we really look forward to working with Reef to enhance our communities through vertiport development.
That's a great point that Andrew brings up, if I can jump in. Here in Los Angeles, we recognize that we're overparked. We've built more parking spaces than we need to support all the residents in Los Angeles. And we've got a lot of parking facilities that, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, sat empty. We've got this existing infrastructure scattered throughout the city. And using data like Archer's Prime Radiant technology, or combining that with our more traditional travel demand modeling tools that seek to balance housing and jobs in the region, that's key to finding the best routes to satisfy customers, especially here in Los Angeles, where we have multiple different centers and epicenters of activities spread across a large geographic region. And locating vertiports, that's really where it's going to greatly affect both the customer's experience and the travel experience in the region. Here in Los Angeles, if you want to go an extra half mile or about a kilometer in a car, that can sometimes add 30 minutes or more. 30 minutes might be the best case in my experience, not to mention adding more congestion and emissions to our cities. So the locations will be really critical. And we're going to look at locating vertiports in places where people don't need to make long commutes to work there or to get to travel there. We want them to be able to use transit or bike and walk to these new facilities. these vertiports are going to create a number of jobs, not just for the people working in the vertiports and servicing the new eVTOL aircraft and the operations, but also rail workers for the associated transit connectivities, electrical staff to support the new electrical needs, different engineers and flight crews and more. So we're really excited about identifying these locations and working with Archer to get this off the ground.
Yeah, and I think, look, in my experience, I think infrastructure will be by and far the largest challenge around scaling urban air mobility and eVTOL. And I think that the initial focus certainly needs to be on building as little new infrastructure as possible. We need to be efficient. We need to safely prepare cities to support a UAM network that is widely accessible and beneficial to urban residents. I think, though, ultimately at scale, infrastructure will need to be eventually purpose-built. And so, Andrew, how do you see that evolving over time?
Yeah, so I totally agree with you on that point, Nikhil. I think we're looking at this really as a crawl, walk, run approach when it comes to infrastructure. And so, our partnership with Reef will accelerate the launch of the industry by enabling Archer's aircraft to access, largely dormant, rooftops of parking structures, and other sites across, cities. But over time, I think, what we'll begin to see as the industry scales, we'll begin to see more bespoke landing sites too. In cities, we plan to build over time major transportation hubs around these sites that will really create this multimodal transportation experience. These will be sites that have the ability to support a very high number of operations to really create a much more ubiquitous type of service that is really accessible to all community residents and offers all sorts of different use cases. Like I said earlier, whether it's traveling across the city to get to the airport, commuting to work, or potentially going to a location that you otherwise might not visit much more seamlessly and effortlessly. So that's ultimately how we look at it over the longer term. In cities, like I said, it's about building, potentially major transportation hubs, but also in nature. We're already working on designs, which we're calling Archer Ecoports. In fact, in our Reef press release, we showed one view of what an ecoport could look like. And this is really a purpose-built future landing site that could blend seamlessly in with nature. It's really pretty amazing. And look, in either case, we're looking to use and we will use sustainable materials and energy sources that have a net zero impact on the environment. Everything we do is with sustainability in mind. It's not just our all electric aircraft, but also all of the materials used and everything else in the ecosystem around this aircraft.
Absolutely. And, one of the things that struck me as very, very interesting and unique was that focus on these ecoports and how much of a focus you placed on sustainability. I think they were pretty unique compared to a lot of the concepts that we've seen globally, either from other manufacturers or cities. And I think Los Angeles is an incredibly ideal fit for that. One of the things that you mentioned earlier that I think really connects into this is, on the sustainability angles, United Airlines, your partner, talks about that a lot. Could you tell us a little bit more about that partnership and, particularly sustainability being one of the core drivers of that?
Yeah, certainly. So, United Airlines and Archer have a very aligned vision, for the future of aviation. And really that's about looking towards decarbonizing the industry, and working towards that goal. And so we've come together in our partnership to figure out how we can begin to make those early strides in the industry. So as I mentioned earlier, United has put in an order as our launch customer for $1 billion worth of aircraft, with an additional 500 as an option, 500 million, pardon me, as an option. And really what we're looking to do is create a service that complements each other. So, United might create a mission profiler or an urban air mobility service that connects residents from urban cores to the airports where they operate. And then Archer's service would allow their passengers to potentially explore the city in other ways once they've arrived. So we're very excited about that, but ultimately we're aligned on our vision for bringing sustainability and decarbonization to the aviation industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other very interesting thing about having United Airlines as a partner is obviously operations at airports. One of the things that what was very notable to me at Uber is that roughly 1 in every 6 trips on Uber was to or from an airport. And I largely suspect that for urban air mobility, that proportion will be even larger given A, people are in a hurry to make their flights, and B, airports are typically located further and further out of the city. And so maybe, Sam, it'd be interesting to hear you talk about both LAX, one of the world's kind of largest and greatest airports, and how they may be part of the puzzle. And more broadly, thinking about Los Angeles, there's so many small regional airports from Santa Monica, where you've spent a lot of time, to all across the Los Angeles Metroplex. And so maybe some thoughts on how we may be able to use currently underutilized airports in and around the LA area.
Yeah, that's a great question. So as a partner of Urban Movement Labs, we work closely with the Los Angeles World Airports, which is the department within the city that manages both LAX as well as the Van Nuys airports. But as you mentioned, there's a number of other smaller general aviation airports. We have the Burbank Bob Hope Airport. Once you get outside of Los Angeles, you quickly get into Orange County and San Diego from the regional air mobility side of the house. So scattered throughout our city, we have these general aviation airports. When these Archer vehicles are certified by the FAA, they will be able to operate between those general aviation airfields. And we're really focused on not just utilizing those airfields, but looking at the economic benefits. There's acres of undeveloped land in some of these communities that have these general aviation facilities are somewhat disadvantaged in terms of the economic development potential there. So we're looking at, again, with this ecosystem, not just generating the transportation routes between these points, but then using that to develop and expand and densify to meet the housing needs, to meet the job needs of our region. And I think from that sustainability standpoint that you mentioned earlier too, it's important to recognize that we want to learn from the lessons of the past where we did not build a sustainable transportation system. Los Angeles is known as the home of the freeways. We had the first urban freeway in America built in the 1930s here in Los Angeles. And those freeways have connected people with a lot of modes of transportation. I think the initial idea was that you could get places quickly, but we've learned that that is not the case. They are really just magnets for congestion and inducing travel demand. And the people that live adjacent to freeways, the communities that these freeways cut through and split in half, are tremendously impacted. The rates of asthma and cancer for people that live adjacent to freeways are off the charts. And so we look to urban area mobility as developing in a more sustainable fashion. Let's not amplify and duplicate the problems we created by the freeways. Let's look to urban area mobility to actually provide that seamless, quick transportation between distant points in a way that's more environmentally sustainable and less impactful on the residents. So combining that with the economic development potential, I think this is truly a sustainable transportation mode that can be an additive benefit to the city.
Totally. And Andrew, one of the things you mentioned earlier, the freeways got me thinking, we're not going to be able to eliminate them completely, unfortunately, because the trips will be multimodal. You will likely have to take a car on at least one end of the trip, if not both. Can you walk us through what that user journey might look like?
Yeah, certainly. That's a great point, Nikhil. So ultimately, what we're looking to do is place our vertiports with walkability in mind. So part of siting vertiports is placing them in areas where the maximum number of people can actually access the locations within a walkable distance of ultimately where their origin or destination might be. Now, when walkability is not possible, we're looking to create a seamless customer journey across other modes of mobility that exist today. And whether that might be cars, as we were talking about, what we're looking to do is not add more cars to the road. It's actually about removing cars. So looking at other forms of transportation, such as scooters, bikes, and other ways to get to and from your final destination from the vertiport. But ultimately, what we're looking to do is create partnerships with these other mobility providers, so that when you, let's say you're starting at home, and we're just going to continue using LA as an example, but let's say you live in downtown Los Angeles and you're trying to get to LAX for a flight, you might be close enough to where you could walk to the closest vertiport. And let me actually step back. First, you would enter into the Archer app in the future, and that Archer app would create an entire seamless journey for you. So you would not have to go across multiple apps to plan your entire journey. So you would type in LAX. It would show you all of your options on how you might get to the closest vertiport, whether, again, that's by bicycle, scooter, car, or just walking. You would arrive at the vertiport. In the vertiport, it would be a pretty seamless journey where we're going to use technology to allow people to check in and board their plane very efficiently. There'll be very little waiting. We'll pull passengers together that are all heading in the same direction. And then you will take a quick, 10 or so minute flight to the nearest vertiport of your destination, which in this case would be in or at or around LAX, Los Angeles International Airport. And then you would take whatever mode of transportation is most convenient to get to your ultimate destination. But I think the important point here is that there's going to be a mix of mobility options. And as Sam said, we can leverage not only the existing forms of mobility, but really create a multimodal transit system by layering on this new third dimension of travel in the sky.
Yeah, and Sam, on that point, one of the things that we hear a lot of questions about is charging systems, and particularly, how those charging systems will interface with the city. Is the grid ready for this? Is the grid actually perfectly ready for this, or are upgrades going to have to be necessary, et cetera? Has UML looked much into this? And I know that it's not just a problem for urban air mobility, but thinking about EVs, thinking about bikes, thinking about scooters. So I'm sure you have quite a few thoughts here.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think two things on that front. One, the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or Metro, as one of the largest transit operators in America, it has an ambitious plan to transition their bus fleets, which I believe is the largest bus fleet by geography in America, to transition that to all electric in the next approximately 14 years. So that transition itself requires a lot of planning for grid resiliency, and that's where this alignment between urban aerial mobility and terrestrial mobility it becomes so important. We're looking at locating these vertiport facilities near or adjacent to major metro transit hubs that are going to have the charging infrastructure for the buses, where we can leverage that grid expansion. But there's other places where we'll locate these vertiports where, as Andrew said, converting an underutilized parking garage will require conversion of the electrical grid. And we're working closely right now with the local electrical utility to develop a working group to really plan for what does that conversion look like? What are the grid resiliency needs? What are the upgrade needs? And really, what are the benefits? I'm not sure for our European partners if they're aware of the rolling blackouts that we sometimes face in Los Angeles, but our grid currently can barely withstand the demands of just the residents when we have a hot day and everybody's running their air conditioning. So this is important, not just for expanding urban aerial mobility, but really for the livability and lives of all people in Los Angeles and the greater community. So we see this as a great opportunity to partner with them, to think about these needs, to think about the investment and capital needs, but then to think about what are the longer term benefits. And really for an agency like the local utilities, I think this is the first time that they're able to really step back and actively plan for this rather than reactively plan for the entities like the Los Angeles Metro just saying we're going to buy X thousand new electric buses in the year. This actually allows us to proactively plan for this and to locate these facilities in places where the benefits can be achieved by all residents.
Absolutely. Well, Sam, Andrew, thank you so much for the lively discussion. I think one thing is super clear. In order for the transformational change that urban air mobility envisions, it can only be achieved with the combination of bold companies like Archer working hand in hand with forward-thinking organizations like UML to collaborate, innovate, drive the mobility agenda forward. It's so great to see this vision gaining fantastic momentum, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, guys, before I let you go, we do have a question sent in from one of our attendees, Andreas, and you guys touched upon the vertiports. What is the difference between the vertiports that Archer is using and heliports that already exist? And also touch upon the challenges such as, landing fees, insurance, permits, and cost per mile, etc.
It's a great question. Andrew, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, certainly. That is a great question. So vertiports ultimately will operate very much like heliports today. In fact, we're looking at ways where we could potentially convert existing heliports into vertiports for the future, because it really requires very light retrofitting. We just talked about, for example, the retrofitting. We just talked about providing electrification so we can recharge the aircraft. So, we will have to have charging infrastructure at these sites. But ultimately, I think what you're going to see is that vertiports look and feel very similar to, at least in the early stages, to heliports. There will be a terminal building for the check-in and security process, but I think they're going to look very similar. In fact, we're working with the Federal Aviation Administration right now on vertiport kind of design standards and what that looks like. And I think the FAA is using in many regards their heliport design standards kind of as a baseline for the future design standards of vertiports. So we're working very closely with them on that, and that will form the foundation of vertiports, at least in the early stages in the future.
If I might add in very quickly, if you look at an aerial view of Los Angeles, particularly in the downtown, you'll see lots of heliports distributed, helipads on top of every building. That was actually an emergency requirement from the fire code. But I will say that to Andrew's point of the seamless journey, most people entering the ground floor of an office building in downtown Los Angeles would not have any idea how to get to that heliport. So I think, speaking of that purpose-built vertiports, thinking in the long run about making sure that people can have that seamless journey from the ground to the air is a very important component of what we're working with the city on planning and permitting.
Just very quickly, gentlemen, how do the use of personal drones possibly affect the safety of these aircrafts?
Andrew, you want to take that?
Yeah, so that's a good one. So, as more kind of, technology is introduced into aviation and it becomes much more accessible, we're also working with the FAA and other entities on, how do we integrate all of these different forms of aviation, whether it's small drones and or larger aircraft, into the existing commercial airspace. So there are a lot of rules around what type of aircraft might be able to enter a certain type of airspace. So airspace near a major international airport is very different than airspace, out in a more rural community. And it's about working with all users of the airspace to try and figure out how do you integrate everything together so you're providing safe access to airspace. And so we're working on that right now with the FAA, trying to figure out what the route structures might be for our aircraft in the future. There are existing helicopter routes, for example, in numerous cities in the United States. Los Angeles is a good example of that. So can we use existing route structures to ensure that we're providing this safe experience in the sky and leverage the third dimension that provides us so much space, but is increasingly becoming more crowded over time?
All right, so thank you so much, Nikhil, Andrew, and Sam. Thank you for that discussion. And we would like to congratulate Archer once again for going public, and we wish Archer all the best. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're so grateful for all of our speakers for inspiring us with their vision of mobility as well as future cities. So as we bring day 2 of our event to a close, we would like to express our thanks to our partners and to you, our attendees, for joining around the globe. It is only goodbye for now, though, because we are back tomorrow with yet another exceptional lineup of speakers. But you don't have to leave the platform just yet. You can continue to network and visit our partners on Expo. And we also wanted to acknowledge and apologize for some of the technical glitches and difficulties that we faced today on day 2. We will fix it, we promise, and we will be back on day 3 again, bigger, better, and more seamless, we promise. My name is Jun Young. I will be signing off now. I'll see you tomorrow.